Yeah.
I can go into the whole spew of why this stupid place doesn't work right, Case. But I won't, because we're gonna quest tonight.
That's right. And your dragonborn sorcerer doesn't know dick about computers.
That's right.
That's actually going to be Kel's downfall. He's going to get an iPhone tossed at him, and everybody else is going to get like a bag of holding, and all he gets is like an iPhone 6, and he's going to be like, I don't know what to do with this thing, and then it's not going to work for him because that's just the way it works with Apple products. And
I'm going to use Fury of Blow if you throw out Apple products at me.
Turns out it's a cursed object, and it just keeps coming back, and you're stuck with it.
Yeah, that's been my experience so far. I was microwaving some food today, and the phone was fucking up, so I just dropped it. And the lady I work with comes by, she goes, "Oh, did you drop your phone?" I said, "No, I threw it down."
You should have just looked at her and said, "No."
You should have said,
I didn't
threw it on the
drop
ground.
it. Yeah, I threw it on the ground.
I'm a dog.
Happy birthday to the ground.
Have you seen that shit, Brandon? Yeah. What is it?
You just Google. You all you have to do is Google "threw it on the ground."
Yeah, that shit's fucking funny. It's like the same guys that put like dick in the box or I'm on a boat or What are the names of those guys?
The Lonely Island. But if you've never heard any of those things, whatever you just said, Tom, probably sounded insane. Because you were like, they do stuff like dick in a box and everything else. If you didn't know what we were talking about, you'd be like,
probably
what?
sounded pretty bad.
That's right.
That doesn't sound too good.
Yeah. Hey, but can you share videos on this thing?
On what thing?
I don't know. I'm still trying to get into the macros. It told me to do like hashtag name and it would pop up, but it
No, Cameron figured it out. You type backslash and then whatever you want it to do, like backslash roll1 roll20 plus
I just
3.
use the old stuff.
You said roll 120, like 1 as in like numeral.
Yeah, like,
Or like
I'll type it in the thing.
the one like Keanu Reeves.
Oh,
And then you
I don't know how
crack
to.
the
I
code.
don't know the symbol for Superman.
Oh shit.
Kel's watching it right now. Yeah, I tell you, you're gonna type in, all it's gonna do is fucking roll.
Yeah.
Without the quotes.
Cameron knows how to do it.
Roll speed. Okay, cool.
My dad is not a phone.
Your hand out, hot dog man.
So you can't share videos on this thing?
Over Roll20?
Yeah.
Like to have it come up on your screen?
Yeah.
Probably not.
No.
Oh, no.
I was going to hear a really funny video of an Irish dude with you guys.
Shit, see what I did there on the
See,
the
now
text box?
now your joke makes sense. In the text box?
The text box?
Yeah, I did I tried to get like the like to go like crazy far. I don't know if I did it right there.
I don't see anything on there.
It just went for lines.
I wonder if you can emote things on here. Nope. Not emoticons, but like.
Yeah.
Hang on.
Alright. Let's do this.
Unrecognized man. Okay. I'll let Brandon finish up his video real quick and we'll get started.
I'm done.
Okay. Well, that settles that then. Alright, so everybody's got their NPC info.
Yeah.
And if you guys need any info on that, I can provide that.
Can we use the mobs so that we don't have to deal with them?
Do what?
I need the mob.
That was kind of my plan. I'm probably going to just use them as much as possible till they die, and then...
Keep in mind with these NPCs, you are lost in the Underdark, so they may have insight into different locations or maybe diplomatic status in other locations. So they may be able
What you're saying is we only need one.
Yeah, it depends on if you have one of that race or if you have some expendables within that race.
Like, basically, I go topsy, but keep turvy.
That
I
might
could
work.
probably. Well, I don't know if I could kill the drow. Wasn't he like a part of them or something?
Well, the thing with the drow is, since they kind of own this region and everything, they're pretty familiar with all of the tunnels and everything.
But isn't it true that after we recovered all of our equipment, they all had shirts that said expendable on it?
No, they didn't actually. They didn't have any shirts. They're naked.
Because I remember that.
Pictures of Terry Crews and fucking Van Damme. One guy with a
Really badass shotgun.
All right. So previously in Out of the Abyss, the heroes awoke in a drow outpost, imprisoned in the Underdark. The outpost was known as Velkenvelv, and it was run by the drow priestess Ilvara Mizrim. You all managed to escape thanks to a surprise brawl between a scourge of flying demons who crashed into the cavern that was holding the outpost. And in your escape, you found the slave pen unlocked thanks to the former captain of the guard, Jorlin, who was replaced by the priestess who favored Shore, since Jorlin got all those scars on his face. Jorlin unlocked it basically to permit your escape to embarrass and shame the other drow. You chose a path escaping the outpost with some of the other enslaved creatures that were in the slave pen with you, and some appear to have some strange issues that you noticed before.
Hey, I got a question, Dennison, from last week.
Mm-hmm.
So I got the goob stick,
Mm-hmm.
and that seems to be the token of power. So if I have that, am I now the leader?
Of the drow? No, not necessarily. That was just more of a recognition of the male drow or the captain of the guard's position. If it was like a lesser society, if like it didn't have very high intelligence, maybe, because they may be like, oh, the wand. But the drow are kind of more of an advanced civilization as the Dark Elves. So
I'm going to go ahead and throw this out there. Anybody with the goose stick, me and my boys are following.
goose stick, goose stick, goose stick.
So I have a question. You gave me Topsy and Turvy, so do they function as like a Tweedledee Tweedledum pair?
No, treat them individually, so they'll be their own characters. But what I'll let you do is for initiative, they'll just go one after another. So when you roll initiative for them, they'll go one will go after the other.
Okay.
So after your harrowing escape from Velkenvelv, you're now desperately wandering the tunnels and caverns of the Underdark, looking for a way to the surface. The drow are close behind in pursuit as you delve deeper into the darkness. So
how many days elapsed between the last time and this time? Because they said it was going to take like 5 days to get there.
So Sareth mentioned in the last campaign that, or the last time we played, that it was going to take about 8 days from Velkenvelv to get to that Kuatoa village of Sloopdubop.
Skildudabop.
Yeah.
So you didn't answer my question, Edison. How many days have we been traveling?
You guys have just entered that side passage tunnel, and you've only been descending in through this tunnel for about no more than 12 hours or so. So you guys have been walking for a little bit. The tunnel is roughly 20 feet wide. It's almost pitch black. There's a little bit of a soft luminescent glow from some of the fungi that are growing in the tunnel. There's some stalagmites and some stalactites hanging from the ceiling. The ceiling is roughly about the same width, or the same height as the width of the tunnel.
And there's no light down in there?
There's no light that you can see other than the occasional soft glow of that fungi. And it's the only thing that you can kind of hear in the distance right now is like some drippings of condensation that might be dripping off of like a stalactite. Basically just some sounds like water dropping in the distance. Normal cave noises.
Anybody have a light source?
I have the cantrip light.
Yeah, so do I. So I suppose I'm just gonna try to find a rock real quick. I guess. Hand-sized rock.
So the drow will soon, since it's been a little while, they may be in pursuit at this moment. How fast are you guys traveling right now?
At speed.
At a moderate traveling speed.
So just like a normal speed.
We're traveling at escape velocity.
That's right.
Escape velocity might be more of a fast pace. So since you're in pursuit, the way travel works, if you're at a normal pace, the pursuing drow will most likely keep the same distance behind you as they're trying to catch up. If you move at a slow pace, you might be able to use stealth. You might be able to forage a little bit. So I think the magic users, I believe you might need some components. You might have enough for right now. But do your spells require components at all?
One of them does, but I have to buy it, so I don't know how that's going to work.
Okay.
My spells require components, but I can use my amulet as a channel.
Okay. That was just food for thought if you guys wanted to do that. And if you guys moved at a fast pace, obviously, your passive perception is going to take a hit, so you may run blindly into an area, but you may have a chance to move or to get further away from your pursuers.
I don't know. On the one hand, we're escaping pursuers, so we'd probably be hauling ass at first. But then on the other hand, we're in the Underdark, so it's pretty dangerous, and we might be a little wary of that.
Well, I could just put, what's his nuts, Tito out front, and he's got dark vision of 120 feet.
Yes, you do have some of your companions that you met in the slave pens. I believe most of them are from the Underdark, if not all of them. So they should have.
That works vision. And all, but like if they have dark vision and we don't, like they can see just fine. But how are we going to see it? Somebody's going to have to use some type of light source.
Yeah.
So.
How about we all hold hands and run?
Ducks in a row.
The safety in numbers. So you guys are traveling along, we'll assume at a normal pace for right now, as you've been pursued for a little while, and as you're walking, Stool comes running up to Kel, and it appears that Stool, from his mushroom form, whereas before he appears basically like a toadstool, which I described before with feet that kind of run along. It looks like he's kind of grown an appendage out a little bit, so that he has kind of some sort of hand, like a crude hand that he grew out of his mushroom form, and he appears to be carrying something behind him. And he goes up to Kel, and he says, "Hey."
Is it a drider?
It's not a drider. He says, "Oh, Carl, this item that I found, it talked to me. It said it was yours, and it told me to bring it with me. It said that it belonged to you."
Tell me the truth. Are you pregnant?
I'm not pregnant, but this thing smells terrible. Please take it from me.
What is he holding? I have dark vision.
It appears to be some sort of round cylinder type object, and it has a handle on the top that he's holding with his mushroom form, and it smells terrible.
That's my dick pump. I left it back there because it's old.
Well, it told me to pick it up by the handle, and it told me to bring it with us.
What the fuck have you done to me?
So, is it a talking shit bucket?
It appears to be. That's what Stool is trying to say.
I could see the shit bucket if it's a shit bucket. Is he holding my shit bucket?
He is.
Oh,
you recognize the bucket as your poop, the very same poop bucket that the drow took with them from your
I done this to
position.
myself. Okay,
Clean that shit, literally.
I'm gonna take the poop bucket from him. And is there any poop in it right now?
No, it appears that it appears to be empty, but there's little encrustings along the side. It's definitely not a clean bucket.
Yeah, I was afraid of that.
Great.
Stool says, I've never seen some sort like a sentient talking object like that before. Is it a magic bucket?
Yeah, it's new to me.
All
Why
right.
did you give me a magic bucket?
So, you guys have been traveling for.
I'm leaving that shit bucket behind.
You're gonna set the poop bucket down.
I'm gonna try to.
Okay. So you put the poop bucket down. As you guys are traveling on, the cavern it just seems to go on forever, and you see nothing but darkness as you're going on. You hear some kind of strange sounds off in the distance that you don't recognize, but they sound pretty far off. There's a lot of just different random fungi that are growing in the tunnel. Just different. It's the terrain is pretty rough, so at some parts that you may have to slow down a little bit, and you've been traversing it for a little while. And as you're walking,
Nothing happens.
you come across an area. You come across a cavern dotted with stalagmites and stalactites. Everybody make a passive wisdom perception check. Or what is? I'm sorry. It's a.
Are we making a check? Or are we?
No. What's your passive perception?
15.
14?
10 plus what?
Your wisdom. And if you have.
You guys are smart people.
No, it's 10 plus wisdom plus your proficiency bonus.
Oh, okay.
If you're proficient in perception.
Mine's 13.
13, sorry.
Okay. So as you guys are walking along, you see carved into one of the stalagmites that's sticking out of the ground. And some of these stalagmites are pretty massive. There's a large sigil carved into one of the stalagmites. And it kind of looks like there's a line straight down the middle. And almost like a T, there's like a little loop around it. Here, I'll draw it for you.
I'm gonna ask if anyone knows what this means.
We just kind of asked the group. Any of you guys with dark vision that can see this thing,
Kind of
is
like
that thing? What does that mean?
That's the symbol.
Yeah, did you guys see it? Okay, so as you ask that, Sereth walks up, the drow, and he says that he says, "This is a sigil. This is one of our warning signs. This can't be good."
Well, what does it warn?
Warning sign for what? Like a stop sign or like a don't enter sign?
The sign says,
Yield on green.
the sign says, "Demons ahead."
Oh, that's good.
Let's go.
So as you guys kind of continue on the path, another great deal of time has passed. You guys have been traveling for quite a while. Have you guys been moving at the same pace for the most part? Okay. It's been almost a full day. And eventually, since this is an 8-day journey, you may want to consider taking a rest at some point.
Well, yeah.
We're gonna use the internet to find the cheapest motel around here.
Yeah. Hotels.com said we rested, and now we're back up.
I'm going to tell old drow boy, Sal, whatever, to find us some good digs to bed down where we might be a little bit hidden.
Okay. Sareth mentions that he says, there are safe places here in the Underdark. Mostly when we build our towns, most of the races, there's these places called Ferezes.
Huh?
There's these places called Ferez.
Fairies?
Ferez.
Fairies.
They're basically safe areas that basically nobody can get the jump on
I
you
just
in
imagine him stuttering over his own language.
there. In these
I'm not really
areas,
sure how we pronounce it.
I was in that show for a long time, okay?
it may continue to change. We have many tongues that we speak our words in, so it may sound differently when I say it sometimes.
Do all those tongues help you please the ladies?
They do on occasion. So in these locations, you can usually identify them by a soft dim glow around the area, and in the past they've been used as kind of safe ways so that nobody can get the jump on you. People can't just teleport in on you or anything of that nature. And so with the low light, it tends to keep some of the darker critters away. So as soon as we come across one of these, it may be worth it to stop there.
Thanks, sir.
Thanks for recommending the Furrer.
Phrases.
Frazier.
Yeah, the Fraser.
Faerzris.
The fairy's chest. Alright, so we run along, we continue on our way until we see one of those.
Okay.
At which point we rest.
So
Do you want to rest for a short time or just long enough to eat and sleep for a few hours?
Eat and sleep because we leveled up and we're pretty much good to go.
Yeah, we just are pretty much eating to avoid exhaustion at this point.
okay, so you guys keep walking along. Eventually, you come to a larger, more open cavern, and you do
Perception
see.
check.
What's that?
Perception check.
You notice that the area is kind of illuminated by that soft dim glow, and Sareth walks up and says, "This'll do."
All right, cool. So we bed down for a few hours, take a short rest. We eat, we drink. We don't quite make merry, but I say some prayers to Arvarine.
Yep. I study.
And do you add your proficiencies on your skills?
If
Yes.
you're proficient in them.
If you're proficient in it. But like only if the skill says you're proficient, not like in wisdom or whatever, so you don't get proficiency with all wisdom checks.
Right.
So as you enter this Faerzris area, you notice at the back of this cavern, it almost appears, as you've been traveling, you've seen many different caverns split off and everything as you go. Your companions have kind of guided the path for the most part, being familiar with the area, trying to find the quickest path towards the Dark Lake, which is where you'll find Sloopdubop. This appears to be a dead end, but it does have this dim glow, so this is definitely one of those Faerzresses that Sareth mentioned. But at the very back of the cave, you guys notice that there's almost kind of a cliff at the top, and there appears to be a rope ladder at the top of it.
A what?
A rope ladder.
I'll climb it and check it out.
So you're gonna like try and scale the wall. The rope ladder's like rolled up, coiled up, and it's at the top of the thing, so you can't actually reach the rope ladder at the moment.
How high up is it?
It is roughly. It's about 15 feet off the ground.
50.
50 or 15?
15.
Mage hand, anyone?
There you go.
I do.
Oh.
So yeah, I mage handed Kenny.
Okay. So the rope ladder kind of drops down and flumps down to the bottom of the cave.
Okay, I'll crawl up it and check out what's up top.
Okay. And keep in mind, you guys have not rested yet. Is that correct?
Oh, I thought we had finished the rest.
No, you guys have just arrived into this area.
Oh, well.
We wait approximately 60 minutes and then uncoil the rope.
Yeah, we go to sleep. Doing the mage hand thing was just a dream that we had, and now that we're awake and finished eating, now.
Okay, so before you guys wake up, then, so you guys are resting first.
Sure.
Okay, so while you guys are resting, let me check something real quick. Go ahead and make a I'll give you the choice. You can either make a wisdom or a charisma saving throw.
I'm gonna go charisma.
15.
10.
10.
Well, that. Jeez.
I just saw your joke, Cameron, in the chat, mate. Good one.
Making merry.
Little did you know, Kel Velden spent a lot of time around just males in the monastery.
Oh,
It's basically like an all-girls Catholic school, but for boys.
Yep, and Braxton was a part of the militia, so.
Yeah, so he's been taken under someone's wing, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
While you guys are taking your break and resting,
Right,
one thing we didn't hear
dorsal
before.
guiding feather.
hey, I failed epically there.
One thing, while you guys are resting, one thing we didn't hear before, since Tom joined a little bit later in the last game. What is your background, Tom? You can basically tell everybody your story while you're resting at this area. We never got your background.
My story began 90 years ago.
Yeah. Alright, so, anyways, Braxton, he hails from a line of spellcasters. His father was a caster in the King's Guard. He's an only child, and his mother died early on in life, and since his dad had no time to, watch his kid, he sent him off to, boarding school to coach him up on his wizard skills. Once he was done there, he came back and joined the service with his father. And then during a skirmish, was an outlying kingdom, his father died. So Braxton left the service. So didn't really get to spend a whole lot of time with his father, but definitely wanted to follow in his footsteps. And once he did, his dad died, and he's like, well, fuck this, it's not for me.
Okay.
So once he left, he set out in search of a new life away from the home in the military. He spent a lot of time researching some of the great libraries of the world, where he met an old man, Sage. They became good friends, but more friends. They were kind of like the older man was like a mentor, like a father figure that I never had.
And then he died.
Oh yeah, you know where this is going. But so, anyways, after about a year of studying under this sage, he was got a lot of mentorship and some guidance. After his father died. Anyways, one day they were supposed to meet, and he never really told him anything about his background. The older man, it was just kind of, student-teacher type deal. If you will, it would kind of be like Goodwill Hunting with Tom Hanks and.
My best friend is Ben Affleck.
Yeah. So.
With Robin Williams and Matt Damon.
Oh yeah, that's right. What movie am I thinking of?
You're thinking of Dogma, where they were best friends.
No, that's Goodwill Hunting.
Oh yeah. Those '90s movies.
Yeah.
But anyways, Braxton, just like any other day, wants to meet him, and he shows up at his abode, and the place is ransacked, right? And but there didn't look like any forcible entry into the dwelling. So, anyways, on the table, you know, amongst a bunch of papers and stuff, there's a small wooden box. You know, it's all carved out, all intricately and stuff. So Braxton opens it, and inside there's a letter from the old man. Wilfred is his name. And you know, it asks him it asks Braxton about a bit of magic that he's never heard of before. Also in there's a diary written in language that he doesn't really know, in a glass orb filled with smoke. So after that, you know, he set off on a journey, you know, to kind of find out about this magic that Wilfred had asked about, and to see what the journal was, and the relationship that the orb has to all of it. You know, Braxton kind of has an idea that, you know, maybe the old man was, you know, he was a wise guy and was into like some, obviously knew what he was doing, but maybe he delved into something that he couldn't quite handle, and, you know, either got snatched up or whatever, and he's trying to, you know, find him because he's basically like the father figure that he never really had. So that's Braxton.
He got trapped in the glass orb, and he set Braxton on that journey so that he would eventually learn the truth and shatter the orb and free him.
Maybe.
Alright.
But he doesn't know because he met up with a merry band of the Arlie, the Arin, and Kel. How do you say your name, Kim?
Arian, RZ.
Arian, RC. And now here we are, stuck in a fucking cave with toad people and fucking mushrooms and a shit bucket.
That shit
Aren't you glad you took that wrong turn in Albuquerque?
Yeah. Braxton's real.
Such are the dangers of traveling underground.
Yeah, for my personality traits, he's studious, confident, but he's got a mood problem. His ideals is that there's no limits. If you want it, you can have it. Basically, curiosity killed the cats. So, curiosity and inquiry are the pillars. The progress, bonds, looking for the answer from for an old friend, and then flaws are, you know, his curiosity, and he's a gambler.
You and Jim Jar should fit in right away with the gambling.
What was that?
I said him and Jim Jar should fit in pretty well with the gambling.
Totally. Alright, well, we're all rested, so now we're gonna wake up and mage hand the shit out of that rope thing. Except we've lost Kel.
What?
He's getting taken wrong.
Hey, Blue Moon celebrated 20 years by making a pumpkin ale that doesn't taste like pumpkin at all. Good for them.
I don't really like beer companies that, like, they do one beer really well, which is Blue Moon, and that's it.
Yeah.
And then they try to come up with, like, these other, like, variants, and they all taste horribly, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I like Sam Adams, but, like, Sam Adams, like,
Everything else.
but the Boston Lager doesn't really taste all that great.
Yeah, it's awful. Well, this beer is not bad. It just only tastes like beer. It doesn't taste like pumpkin at all.
They had that PT thing at the schoolhouse or whatever, and they bought bagels and cream cheese and everything. Anyways, they had like a pumpkin spice cream cheese. And you know what it tasted like?
Cream cheese.
Cream cheese. Like,
Yeah.
it had no flavors.
Yeah, go figure.
I was like, what the fuck? Me and Barner were pumped about it. We're like, oh, this is gonna be so fucking good. And then we opened it up, and it was just like
Cream
regular
cheese.
ice cream cheese. Yeah.
Lame.
Alright, so, what'd you guys get on those saving throws again?
Got 10.
Well, Arian got the biggest roll out of all of us.
Okay, what was that?
You got a 4.
You got a 4.
Arlie got a 15.
Okay.
No, I don't know if anybody's noticed, but the first roll of the night is always pretty decent for me. And it goes not just downhill, it goes like down a cliff from there.
So I have an experiment for you. What you need to do next time is kind of like what Kel did. Take 2 sets of dice, all right?
And test them?
No, just roll them. And whatever one is the shittiest roll, you use that one for the rest of the night. You'll be square.
I'll have to do that next time.
Where is Brandon?
But like you have to take 2 sets of dice and do it. So like you have 7 and 7, you roll them, and whatever the low numbers are, you just separate them out. So you might have like a hodgepodge of different dice.
Yeah.
But those will be your good rolling dice.
Anybody know where Brandon went? Is he pooping?
I mean, he's not at my house.
He stepped away while I was up here. He didn't step into my frame, so...
He didn't
Wouldn't that be
phase into the
fucking
next
weird,
screen.
though,
Let me
if
see if
he
I
was
can
just
touch your face.
Yeah, he's either in Tom's frame or Cameron's. So, and we can't see Cameron here, so not here.
All right. So in the meantime, while you guys are resting, Arlie and Braxton seem to be okay, but Orion, you wake up in a cold sweat, and you experience an overpowering urge to eat something. Like you really need to eat anything. Anything looks good. Like right now, the dirt, like some of the fungi on the wall, the slime, like even rock, like even that stuff looks appetizing right now. Like you just have to eat something right now, and it's like an insatiable urge.
Arlie see that like he's fucking off the deep end?
Is anybody on guard or anything?
Yeah, we put Prince Drindle on
This is
guard.
while you guys are resting.
Him and all the other Yahoos minus us, we're all doing guard duty rotations.
Okay, so Prince Darendale is on guard. I'll roll. Let's see. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There's 13 of you. So I will roll to determine which one of you it is.
Passive perception for the princes. Let's see. 13.
Okay, so Prince Darendale's on. I'm sorry, it's actually Romp that's on duty right now. I just rolled randomly to see who would be on guard.
Oh, okay.
Out of all of everybody that's there. Ront is on duty right now.
The orc?
Yes, the orc.
I thought we killed him.
No. Nobody killed the orc.
Well, we're gonna have to.
So as he's sitting on guard, he's watching in the darkness, and he sees Orion wake up and just start frantically looking around, and you're just in like a panic that you have to eat something right now. You're shoving dirt, rocks, anything that you can get in your mouth right now. And he just kind of, he does see you, and he just kind of peers at you and can, like, with a puzzled look on his face.
Great. Does this cause any sort of commotion that would wake up anybody else?
It hasn't yet, but if it gets any more out of hand, it may. Go ahead and make a. Wait, what's your passive perception?
14.
Okay, so a couple minutes go by, and you both of Braxton and Arlie both wake up and see Orion just shoving whatever he can get into his mouth. He's like taking a bite out of his cloak. He's acting like he has some sort of madness.
Arlie, that's your brother.
And I just, as hard as I can, I just slap him in the head. Like,
You tanked him.
pull yourself together, man.
He kind of, his head turns off to the side, and he grabs your hand and looks like he's about to take a bite out of it.
All right, so I grab my mace and I hit him over the head again.
You're gonna hit him with your mace.
Lightly.
Lightly. What's the normal damage as far as your mace? What's the dice roll for that?
D6.
Since you're doing it lightly, don't add your modifiers, but go ahead and roll a d6.
Oh shit, a 6.
So Orion takes 6 damage.
Ow.
And as he's like, you clobber him in the back of the head with your mace, and he falls to the ground and starts shoveling dirt. And is like biting at the ground with his huge. What would you call it on a dragon board? Jowls? His
Well,
big
any ideas,
crack of a
Braxton?
mouth.
Small child.
What the fuck is wrong with my guy?
Hey, I might be out for the rest of the night, guys.
I don't know if that's related or if it was. I don't know. That's crazy.
Yeah. Okay, so Braxton, you got any ideas?
He seems to be under. Everybody starts to wake up at this point, and as everybody wakes up, Eldith walks over and shakes her head in confusion. She tries to put her hand on Orion's back, and he quickly smacks it away. And she mentions that he appears to be some. She says, "He appears to be under some sort of madness."
No kidding, bitch.
You don't have any cleric stuff you can do to him? I mean, I could try to medicine him. That's about it.
I could do lesser restoration, but
I don't know. Hold on. Let me do an investigation check or whatever to see if I know what's wrong with him.
good idea.
18?
You can see, as you're determined, do you have any kind of Arcana checks or anything like that?
Oh, yeah.
You can kind of determine, you basically are able to confirm that he is suffering from madness, and it appears to be it's more of a short-term madness. It doesn't seem to be anything permanent.
Do I know how to fix it?
Not necessarily. The most that you know is that if you wait long enough, it should run its course. But there are potential, like the condition may get worse over time, but it will eventually clear up. It'll get worse before it gets better.
Probably all you're going to have to do. Can't you do like restoration, like remove?
Yeah, but restoration doesn't remove madness. It just removes blindness, deafness, paralyzation, or poisoning. For lesser restoration. So, how about we do this? If it's going to pass anyway, Braxton, if that's what you're saying, let's just, we've got 8 other people here. Let's just all team up on him and tie him up. And we're just going to have to, carry him until he's not mad anymore.
Did we find out who made that happen?
After about 10 minutes go by, Orion starts to calm down a little bit, and he starts regaining his senses, and then he just pukes up a whole bunch of dirt and everything else. He's just...
Perfect.
You just upchuck all of that crap that you just
It's like a
invested
dog
in.
that ate too much grass.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Alright, so we untie him.
Okay. So Orion is untied, and everybody else, the other members of the party, Stool, Darendale, Sarah, Jim Jar, Elda, Topsy and Turvy, everybody's standing around with you guys, basically just staring at Orion in confusion.
So I kind of scoot up closer to him and very tentatively reach out and put my hand on his shoulder. I'm like, "You okay, buddy?"
I just ate your. Why was I eating your?
About this time, Bopido walks up, and he says, "I've been seeing a lot of this kind of things lately. A lot of weird, strange things, people acting weird down in the Underdark. Everybody seems to become over these fits of madness now and again."
Now, Arlie's like, "Alright, thanks, Oopty-Doo. Get out of here."
Whoever controls Sereth, go ahead. What's his passive perception?
character is he?
He's a drow.
I know what he is, but like, okay, so 12.
So he kind of looks around for a second, and he notices that the Fair's Wrist that you're staying in, he says, something's not right here. Something's a bit off with this Fair's Wrist. It feels wrong.
Yeah, Arlie's like, you couldn't have noticed that before we decided to sleep here?
These are usually safe places. I've never seen anything like this happen before. I don't know if that's what's causing this or not.
Well, you're from here, guy. What the fuck is it?
Well, I say if we think we see there's something wrong, mage hand that rope ladder down and we climb up out of here.
Yeah, mage hand.
So who's going up first?
Topsy and Turvy.
So Topsy and Turvy are going to climb up the rope ladder.
Who have we identified as being like the worthless people?
Do what?
Who have we identified? Because this Prince Darendel or whatever, he looks like a beast. So I vote him. He's allowed to stay on the island. Sarah, he may or may not be able to go. He's just a regular drow. And since we have all these people from the Underdark here, he's definitely.
How about, okay, Topsy and Turvy don't go. We send Eldrith.
Eldith?
Yeah, whatever. We send the dwarf woman.
Okay.
Yeah. Be gone.
So Eldith goes up first, and the tunnel's a little bit smaller. It's only about maybe 10 feet wide. There's a cavern that opens up from this ledge here, and it basically continues down more of the same, what you saw before. It's a little bit more narrow from what she can tell, but she can only see so far down in there. It looks like more of the same at the moment. She yells down, The tunnel continues on down here.
All right, we all go up then.
All right, so as you all get to the top, you begin to start moving down the path, and all of a sudden a rumbling sound starts coming from the wall to your left. Through the wall bursts what appears to be a big maggot worm type creature with a whole bunch of different legs and tendrils that's kind of flailing in the air as if it's feeling for something. And as it bursts through the wall, it with its little tentacle feelers out, it looks like it's sensing something in the air and immediately turns toward the party.
All right, so I cast Sacred.
Before you cast anything, you're gonna roll initiative.
But he just got here.
Alright, Alright, in order for my people, it goes.
Hang on 1 second.
Drow, and the wagons.
Alright, so
All right.
what did you get, Arlie?
You got 4.
Okay.
The dwarf woman got 2. Topsy and Turvy got 14.
Topsy and Turvy are at 14. Okay, Orion, what did you and your NPCs get?
Alright, I rolled a 17.
Okay.
Ron rolled a 10.
Okay.
And Pedo rolled a 17.
Okay, and Braxton, what did you and your peeps get?
I got a 21, the drow guy got a 9, and the quagget got a 14.
Quagget's got a 14. You said Sarah's got a 9?
Yeah.
What did you get?
21.
21. Alright, and since Brandon's gone, we'll say that he stayed behind down in the Fair's Wrist at the moment, just to kind of guard that for a minute, and he's with Stool and Jim Jar. We'll see if he comes back. So he's just kind of guarding the bottom path at the moment.
Oh, we should have sent Stool up to check it out. He's fucking useless.
Well, he can basically allow you to communicate with other people in the Underdark.
Yeah, and he can grow a penis out of any part of his body, apparently.
Alright, so... 18... Put you in order here. Oops. Alright, Braxton, you're up first.
I will cast Firebolt. So 18.
18's a hit.
Four.
4 damage.
I think so. You don't add anything to Firebolt, do you?
I can check real quick. I think it's. I don't think so. I think it's just because we looked this up on the last one. I believe it's just. It's. I think it's just a dice roll.
Sweetness.
You said Firebolt,
If he's able
right?
to catch on fire, he does.
You said Firebolt?
Huh? Yeah, Firebolt.
Yeah, Firebolt, I believe, is just on the dice, but I'll double check. Firebolt, you hurl mode of fire creature. This spell's damage increases by 1d10 as you get higher. So on a hit, target takes 1d10 fire damage. And he only catches fire if he has a flammable object that isn't being worn or carried. So you fling your fireball. Are you shooting it out of your staff, out of your hand, or how's that looking?
Hand.
You hold your hand up and blast a firebolt out of your hand, and it blasts into the this big maggot-looking creature's side, and he roars up into the. He raises up a little bit, opens his jaws, and you can see rows upon rows, kind of like a shark, a whole bunch of different rows of teeth, as he lets out a howl.
So it's pissed at me now.
Yeah, it's not happy.
I just think I would look like bald.
And now it is the Carrion Crawler's turn.
Huh?
It's now the Carrion Crawler's turn. So he moves forward.
You have a decently round head.
What's that? Yeah, you look like you're bald.
Saying it might not look so bad.
The Carrion Crawler scurries up the wall a little bit and off to the side and worms its way, dives kind of straight off of the wall towards Braxton, where the fire damage just came from. And it goes to, it tries to make an attack with its tentacles that are kind of feeling out in the air. And it does attacks for 15.
Hit.
You mean 3/4 of his HP?
Yeah, so it deals 4 damage.
Wait. What was his to hit roll?
It was 15.
Oh, that was to hit. I thought you were saying that was the damage it did. I was like,
No, that was just a hit. And it does 4 damage.
Okay.
So its tentacles kind of lash you across the face.
It just kind of whips you in the face a little bit.
Yeah, it has a bunch of tentacles that are kind of feeling out of its face, and it just kind of whip you across the face as it dives across. From there, after it kind of whips you, it tries to take another bite. So it lunges forward.
How big is this thing we're in?
This thing is it's very large. This thing is like how big is the tunnel?
Yeah.
The tunnel is about 10 feet wide by 10 foot high. So it's kind of narrow. So as it whips you with these tentacles, it goes to it lunges forward to take a bite, and it crits.
Oh, you rolled a 20, huh?
Yeah, it did. So it lashed you pretty good across the face, so you were pretty out of it. So it lunged forward and wants to take a bite out of you, and it does.
Hold on. I have a question.
Yep.
So, how does it work, Kaysen, if you have Misty Step? Because you can cast it as a bonus action.
Yeah.
You would have to do it during your turn, though, if it's a bonus action.
I think the only thing that you can do outside your turn is a reaction.
And
So
reaction has to be prepared.
Get my ass beat?
Well, the reaction has to be like you would use your action during your turn to prepare a reaction. So, like if I was like on my turn, if I wanted to.
I disagree with that though. Like if you have something that specifically says, like in the description of whatever it is, if it says you can use this as reaction, as far as I would think, like my interpretation of that is you kind of always have it prepped.
I think it might just depend on what it is, but for the typical rules, because I was looking at reaction earlier today, and the way normal reactions work is you would use your action on your turn to prepare a reaction. Like if I was to pull, like if I had a bow and I was like to notch an arrow and just kind of aim it down in the air, that would be my action, is to ready that action. So if something came out on there, that would be my reaction.
Right, but if you had a spell that was like you can use this spell if a creature does this, you can use this spell as a reaction, then I would think you always have that prep. Because otherwise it wouldn't say that. But either way, it's moot because it's not a reaction. He's got a bonus action, and you have to do that on your turn.
Right, it would depend on the spell. We can make house rules for that depending on what it is.
So, not to get too far off a topic. So if you do like wait a second. Like, is there something in here about like if you're taking damage and you can superimpose like a person in front of you, right? So, but that's still not on your turn, but it wouldn't tell you that you could do that. But it's used as an action outside of your turn. I was trying to find it.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about.
2 seconds.
So here on page 193 of the Player's Handbook, for one of the actions is ready. It says, decide on the circumstances that will trigger your reaction on the action that you will take in response to that trigger, or you can choose to move your speed. When the trigger occurs, you take an action as a reaction against the trigger finishes, or you can choose to ignore it.
So,
but that counts as your reaction for that.
I don't know if it's the same thing. It says, so, like for illusionary self, it says you create an illusionary duplicate of yourself as an instant. So, it says when a creature makes an attack roll against you, you can use your reaction to interpose an illusionary duplicate. Now that's for a different level, or a higher level, but wouldn't it be the same?
No, see, that's what I'm saying. Something like that tells you the exact criteria that has to be met.
So here,
I would think that's always prepped as a reaction, or else it wouldn't say that.
So here's what this says. For casting time of a reaction, it says these spells are cast in reaction to a circumstance, and the spell's description will tell you exactly when the spell may be cast. And note that characters only have one reaction per round.
Right. So you can use if the spell description specifically says if this happens you can use it as a reaction.
Yes.
Then you can do it whenever it happens. But then on your turn, if you have something else that can be a reaction, you can't use another reaction.
Yes. You would have to wait until the next round after everything goes through.
Right.
So you can't use this instead.
Right.
Got it. But I'll just sit and take my ass beating.
All right, so you take another. It lunges forward and it takes a chunk out of your shoulder for 8 damage.
Doesn't want to fuck me.
And it is Orion's turn.
Cool. I'm gonna cast Scorching Ray.
Okay.
I wish you had video, Cam.
Yeah, I know. I do too.
I'm just looking at this. I'm looking at this picture of a dragonborn wizard just like pointing at Tom's face.
And he's like,
Yeah. He's
that
just
guy.
like, you.
Alright. So, I'm gonna make 3 spell attack rolls. That didn't hit. Maybe. Oh, great.
Nice. So 2 of those definitely hit for sure. Your first did not.
Okay. So, you take...
What was it you used?
Scorching Ray.
Scorching Ray. Okay.
Yeah. So 7 from the first one. And what's the crit rule?
You double the you roll the damage twice, so you would roll 4d6.
And then add your modifiers afterwards. You basically roll the dice twice for whatever your damage is.
Are you
Wow.
kidding?
That was like an Arlie roll, man.
What the fuck, Case? Take
I'm
your
sorry.
time.
Like,
Either way,
50% of your rolls just then were ones.
your Scorching
I know.
Ray, as it's kind of like latched onto Braxton, blasts right into like right into the middle of this carrion of this big like maggot looking thing, and it just blows it a hole straight through it, straight in half, and it drops down to the side like a charred, smoldering
Corpse?
pile. Yeah, it's dead.
Alright.
Neat. But I didn't hit Braxton, right?
No, Braxton's fine.
I was thinking this. I totally forgot it was latched onto it.
It wasn't quite latched. I just hit. It was still in the. It was backing off after it had just bit him. They were
Arlie walks
pretty
forward,
close.
big and tough, like he did anything in this battle, and spits on the dead maggot.
It kind of fizzles as you spit onto this hot
Yeah.
pile of dead bug. The creature that you saw kind of looked like this.
Sweet. So it's like a caterpie.
It's
Like a weevil.
yeah.
Fucking slug.
All right. The creature is dead. You are now out of combat.
I'm gonna check and see if it had anything, stomach.
What, like it's got maggoty treasure on it?
Maybe.
Alright.
Go ahead and
Never
make a perception check.
Nope. Kason.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
You kind of prod around in the burnt mush, and you find
A turd.
yeah, you basically find his bowels, and there's some backed up. It looks like it ate one of the deep gnomes, and it's kind of like in poop form now, but you can make out a little bit of a face. There's some teeth in there.
I take a tooth.
It smells terrible.
I throw it away.
Thought they smelled that on the outside.
Yeah. So we, alright then, we keep moving along.
Alright, so as you're moving along,
With the dwarf, we keep the dwarf out in front, so she has dark vision so she can see, and also I don't mind if she dies first.
as you're traveling along, you start to hear muffled noise. What's your traveling order, by the way?
Well, there's Eldith.
Because the path is a little bit more narrow.
I
What's
thought
that?
that's how that was. I was going to ask you what was the stack order, but then you had us roll initiative. So just however it's set up right now, like at the bottom of that screen, KAREDAUBRSA.
It's a little more narrow than that now because it's only about 10 feet wide.
Dennison, where's our fucking map, dude?
Wait, this is a theater of the mind, Tom.
Well, basically, so what we did, Arlie, Arian, and Preston are all kind of in the middle, like a little central group. And then all these NPCs are like in front or behind us.
Okay, we'll just assume Kel is with you. He just won't do much.
Yeah.
At the moment.
So Eldith, and Topsy and Turvy are like the front 3 people.
Oops. Okay.
And then D, and then R, and then SA is going to be in the very back. And then Oopty Doop and ST are yeah. That's how we'll do it.
All right. So guys, you kind of
The three of us are like in the very middle there. So if any of them dies, it's first and not us.
as you're traveling along, you kind of recover from the combat a little bit. You didn't find anything on there. The tunnel continues on from behind. What's your passive perception again?
14.
Should probably write this down so I don't have to keep asking. Arlie's is 14. What's your passive, Orion?
13.
What's yours, Braxton?
13.
I'm the smartest, yeah!
Alright. What's stealth on your character sheet? Is that Dex?
Stealth is Dex.
Yeah.
What's mine?
So from behind, Sereth hears something.
Oh, great.
Does he let us know?
Yeah, Sereth says, "Tss. Hey, everybody stop.
Alright, so we all stop. What's up?
I think we're being followed.
We know we're being followed.
I think they're catching up. I hear footsteps in the distance. It sounds like they're trying to sneak up on us.
Shit.
We can either continue on, we can either make a run for it, or we can set up an ambush, or and there are plenty of us, or maybe perhaps we can maybe there's something we can cover our tracks and try to lose them.
Can we all fit into a 10-foot? Oh, never mind. God, that's bullshit. Never mind. What?
I said I'm too big. I'm saying.
No, yeah, it doesn't matter. It only hides you from divination anyway. That's useless.
I don't know. What do you guys want to do? You want to smoke them, or? Because otherwise, they're just going to keep chasing us.
Yeah, here's the thing. Arlie Calawart is a war domain cleric of the god Arvarine. These colors don't run.
Hey, Dennison, in your theater of the mind, like, can you kind of draw out on the thing, like what area we're in and what it looks like?
Sure.
Where's the tunnel?
Yeah, but I mean, like, does the tunnel like open up into like a bigger cavern? Is there a choke point?
Right now, from what you can see, as far as you can see with your torches, that's about the extent of it that you can tell from right now. It just looks like all you see is blackness.
And which way are they coming from, or which way does this turd sucker say they're coming from?
Sereth said that it was coming from behind, that he thought he heard footsteps.
That's the way drow does it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, so here's
how the drow
here's my game plan. Is I can cast two things. I can cast Grease, which like right behind us, you know, which anybody that moves through it, they get knocked prone. So like right here, you know. And then if Arlie casts light on something, you know, like right on the other side of it, you know, like they can't see it, so they'll just run towards like the light thing, and like we kind of just like stay on the outskirts shadow of it, you know. And they'll all just like kind of fall into like the grease, and then we can just like take turns whacking them. But we got to put all the fighters up like in that AO.
Excellent plan. Yeah.
So it says they're approaching.
Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to cast Grease right here.
Okay, I'm gonna move you guys up a little bit just so I have a little bit of room to play in.
Cool. And that creates a... Alright, so
Grease.
Slit Grease covers the ground in a 10-foot square centered on a point within range, and it turns into a difficult terrain. So I'm going to hold off on casting it because it only has a duration of 1 minute. So as soon as, like, if Kaysen casts light, you know, somewhere, because what light gives you how much?
There is no Kaysen, only Arlie.
Arlie, Kilowart, or Caliwart.
Right.
How far is the distance on that?
It casts light, shed bright light in a 20-foot radius and dim light for an additional 20 feet.
Okay, cool. So, I mean, as soon as they pretty much get out to, like, this AO right here and they're going to come in, I'm going to time it out perfectly and cast Grease.
But if we're standing around the perimeter of where the light is, like, they'll be able to see us.
Yeah, but I mean, like you said, it only casts light out to 20 feet, dim light at that, so they're going to be able to see us anyways. They have dark vision.
Touche. So here's what I do. Like, the dwarf and Topsy and Turvy, they all do decent damage. So
Yeah, and the
Seraph draws his sword. He says, "They're approaching. Here they come."
all right, so I grab a rock and I cast light on it and I top, and it lands right here.
As you toss the rock, you see 4 drow warriors appear.
where?
If I can draw it.
Now, because they're drow and they have this these eyes that are really used to the light, you know, I feel like they should have to do some sort of like saving throw or something.
Yeah, as you cast this bright light, it blinds them. The front 2 drow hold up their arms across their face, and they just scream out like ah. The brightness temporarily blinds them.
So how far away are they from each other, Dennison?
They're about 5 feet.
So the gobbledygook that you
I'm sorry, 10 feet. They're about 10 feet apart.
How big of an area does that cover?
This right here?
No, the little wand you gave me last week. Like, how big of an area does that?
Oh, good question. That covers. I think it's point target, but let me see.
What's 300?
So
And bottleneck like 300.
You can launch it at 1 creature within 60 feet of you.
1 creature within 60 feet.
Yes. You would make a ranged attack roll against the target with a bonus equal to your spellcasting modifier, which is, I think, for you, is an intelligence.
Like, yeah. 6.
And your proficiency
so
bonus.
As long as they're within 10 feet of each other, what I'm going to do is I'm going to cast Grease right in the center of them and get them all with it.
Is grease flammable?
It doesn't specify, but it is grease, and grease by nature is flammable.
I would say grease is flammable.
Because one of us breathes fire.
Which can I use the paint button too? Radiant. Cool. So I want to cast it right. Why is my shit brown?
Because that's the color you picked.
So Arlie throws the rock and they're blinded.
All right. Well,
Tom or Braxton's casting grease.
Yep. So
Grease.
You said they were all like 10 by each other, so.
Yeah, we'll say they're all.
10
They're all within that area.
Yeah, so they all have to make a dexterity saving throw or be prone.
All right, I'm going to call the one on the top left 1 and just go left to right 1, 2, and then bottom left is 3 and bottom right is 4.
Or you can say that the top left one is 1 and they go clockwise and say 1, 2, 3, 4.
Too late.
Because that's how.
That's kind of what I thought you were going to do.
You're crazy. They have to make a dex saving throw.
Yeah, you did like the most complicated fucking numbering system.
Does first round gets a 22.
Yeah, he passed.
The second one gets a.
Can you start rolling over here? So.
Second
no,
one.
you're not lying.
Second one has a 6.
What was it?
6.
No, that he falls.
Next one is 8, 10.
No.
And the next one is 12, 14.
No.
Man, what's your DC?
14.
Oh.
Who failed it? Just 2 and 4?
No, 2, 3, and 4. So 1 was the only one that made it out alive.
Okay, so Arlie throws, and I'll give them a disadvantage on number 1. He rolled a 1 since he was blinded by that bright light.
Okay, well then they're all.
Yeah. So
right
you throw your grease as they're all blinded and they're backing off, and this massive puddle of grease appears beneath their feet, and they all fall to the ground.
Torch him, Arian.
Yeah. Oops. Wrong thing.
Are you blowing your fire?
Yeah.
Now draw some flames in there.
Okay. What's your range on it?
I'm gonna move right here, like right by SA, whoever that is. My personal gathering.
All right. You move there. You blow your fire, and the drow ignite. They're on fire. They just burst into flames at the moment, and they appear to be just engulfed in this grease on the ground while prone. And Buffalo runs up to you and says, "Excellent, my lords. Let's make a run for it while they're distracted."
I'd rather make a run for it after they're dead.
Yeah. I'm here to watch the bonfire.
Sarah says, "There's bound to be more of them. This is just the beginning. We can finish these off, but we need to make it quick."
Okay, so let's do that then. I walk up to number 2, and I stab him with my short sword.
He's dead.
You have advantage.
How much damage did I do? Are they dead?
So Arlie comes up,
You're not worthy of a response game.
and you said you were going for number 2. You said number 2, Arlie.
Yep, number 2.
He's dead.
Sassmore.
You stab him, and you just put him out of his misery while he's down on the ground. He's dead.
Rats.
So P's dying. I'm assuming that the rest of them are slowly dying.
Yeah. Everybody took a turn, so we'll let the NPCs go. Since Arlie was the first to react, you can go ahead and let your NPCs go. I'm not going to let you roll initiative.
Okay. Eldith goes, and how far away is 4 from 1? This is like a fire pit now, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
So we can't get to 3 and 4 anyway. So Eldith is gonna stroll up to number 1 and stab him with her javelin.
She takes her javelin and plunges it straight through his eye.
Nice.
He's dead.
And then she returns to her place at the front of the column because we're gonna sacrifice her if we have to do anything. And yeah, we pretty much can't get to 3 and 4, so we might as well head out.
All right. So Topsy and Turvy, as you guys start heading off down the trail, are you guys going to run down there and try to make a run for it?
I feel like that fire is going to give us some time, so we can probably just move at a normal pace still.
Okay.
Yeah.
My pencil there. Topsy and Turvy are giggling at the front as you guys continue on your journey, looking through the, moving through the dark. To the rear view, the tunnels are lit up at this point, since the whole area behind you, that whole 10-foot area, is just engulfed in flames, and you just hear 2 other drow screeching in the background.
Nice.
They're just yelling and writhing in pain. And you can just their yells kind of echo up and down the tunnel. And from the distance down in the tunnel, you hear running footsteps from beyond the fire. Obviously, that fire is going to be in the way, so it's going to take them some time to get to you. But you hear footsteps running, and you hear another male voice in which you can actually understand, even though that you recognize that it's not speaking common. You recognize one of the voices as Jorlin's voices saying, "What happened? What's going on?"
Well, with the caltrops that I got last week, where I drew the line, that's where I'm going to start dropping them at. For however, did anybody else get any?
Kel took some.
Well, I took a bag, so I'm just going to drop the bag. Like, I'm going to, like, scatter them out for however far I can make go.
Before you do that, let me just give you a little bit background. I'll tell you how the mechanics of the pursuit is basically, it kind of works in this. So these drow are going to be chasing you. Obviously, you just took out a big number of them. But basically, every day you get a chance to either... it's based on a number of 1 to 5 and how far they are from behind you. So 4 is they're almost to you. 5 is the scouts caught up to you, which is what just happened. And once per day, you can put up some sort of obstacle to get that number to drop so that they're further behind you. And since you have this fire trap here, that's basically your chance for this day. So you're able to evade them. Since you're moving at a normal pace and not at a fast pace, really dropping your cantrips isn't going to slow them down any further than it would at this time.
Gotcha.
So you're wasting them.
Okay, well, then I will hold on to those.
You yellow wizard.
All right. So you guys travel on. It's been quite a while. It's probably been close to... you see more of the same. And you come ahead and you see a few tunnels kind of branch out to the left and to the right. There's 3 tunnels from what you can see.
So we were heading to Lavale, right? And
Sloopdabot?
yeah, Swoopwadoopa and Topsy. That's Topsy and Turvy's like hometown, right?
No. If you want to inquire about the town, you can ask one of the NPCs.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
You're asking Topsy and Turvy?
Yeah, like didn't they said this was a gnome town, right?
So Turvy kind of grunts. He seems more aloof. He's never been very talkative. Topsy says, "My lord, we're not from Sloopdabot. That's the home of the Kuatoa. Do you recall the fishman that was thrown to the giant spiders?"
Yeah.
That's his people, but they're usually pretty neutral to anybody that's willing to trade or barter. They have a port. What we're going to come to first as we travel on through these tunnels is no doubt the Dark Lake, but we can traverse almost anywhere that we need to go in the Underdark to any of the main cities from the Dark Lake.
Sloop-to-Bop's probably the closest. They may have a means to traverse the Dark Lake, given their trade routes with their boats.
Okay, so we're trying to get to the Dark Lake, but you said the path was branching, right?
Yeah, ahead of you right now, you see 3 paths ahead of you.
Okay, so I asked everybody in the group, like, does anybody know which way to go to get to where we go?
Stool runs up and says,
The closest way that we can go is off to the right. That'll take us to Sloop-to-Bop, but I can guarantee a sanctuary if we get to Neverlight Grove, my hometown. That's going to be off in the path to the left.
You seem to know a lot for a walking shit growth.
I'm just trying to get home. And to be honest, I didn't want to mention it before.
he kind of looks around real quick to see if he's looking for somebody that's around. It appears that he doesn't see who he's looking for, and he says,
The drow. That drow that travels with us. He's the one who brought me to Velkenvelv. He's the one who kidnapped me.
Oh. Well, I tell you what. You get us to your sanctuary town. Obviously, I confer with my buddies before saying this, but you get us to your little mushroom town, and we will help you capture said drow. And, mushroom him to death for you.
Okay. Here's the thing, though. I only know the general direction. It could be... I have no idea how far this actual town is.
I thought you said it was your hometown.
It is, but I don't know where we are.
But you know that we have to go to the left.
I know the direction that we need to travel in, but I don't know how close we are to it. We could be up to a month away, for all I know.
All right, guys, what do we think? You guys want to try and go to this mushroom magic place, or you want to try and go to the fish people?
What direction is it? Left? You take all lefts.
Well, the fish people are to the right, but this mushroom town is to the left. We gonna follow the law of lefts?
There's also a path to the center.
All right, we go left.
Okay, so as you travel to the left...
You've got yourself a deal, Toadstool.
As you travel to the left, you move through another dark tunnel. The tunnel seems to be to keep the same consistency as how far wide it is, and you can see nothing but blackness ahead of you, for those of you without dark vision. A few hours pass, and Sereth starts looking around and notices that something's amiss. He makes his way to the middle of the formation, and he asks you guys,
This isn't the way to Sloop-to-Bop. We're off track.
Yes.
What's your interest in Skitterly?
I thought that's where we were going.
Now, we're just trying to get away from your buddies.
Right. The closest sanctuary, the quickest way to traverse the Dark Lake is if we acquire one of those boats from Sloop-to-Bop.
Why do you want to go there so bad?
So
Why do you even want to get away from the people, from your peeps?
That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get you to Sloop-to-Bop so we can acquire one of those boats so we can traverse the Dark Lake. We're not getting anywhere this path. All these paths lead to the Dark Lake.
I'm gonna roll a insight check to see about his truthfulness and his intentions.
Good idea. Me too.
I got a 20.
Hold on. I don't know what I got yet. I got a 19.
From what you can tell, he's telling the truth. He says,
if we would have stuck to the path to the right, that keeps us about 8 days to Sloop-to-Bop. Well, 7 days since we've been traveling for about 1. This path to the left is also going to take us to the Dark Lake, but it's going to bring us to the lake further from Sloop-to-Bop and add another day onto our journey.
What does it put us closer to?
It puts us closer to Gracklaslaw, Neverlight Grove. There's numerous other trade locations that are on the way, but those places are a few weeks away. Those are a few weeks' journey.
Continue on the path.
We're already on the path. We have to continue on the path we chose.
All right.
You don't have to go. You can fucking stay here.
Well, what's our destination?
We don't know. We're gonna get there. We're not from here.
You surface dwellers don't have any clear direction of what you want to do you?
Yeah, at least we're not.
So as you travel for another day or so, you come to an opening in the cavern. The cavern kind of opens up into, the tunnel opens up into a great, massive cavern. And what you see in there, there's an eerily lit cavern. There appears to be a lot of that luminescent fungi all over the ground. And you can see countless bones of different various creatures that you may or may not recognize. It looks like it's some sort of either natural graveyard for some Underdark species, or, I mean, it could even be a lair of something. There's just a bunch of bones strewn throughout this chamber.
Sweet. So we keep walking through it.
Eldith, as you walk, as you start to head out, says, "I don't like the looks of this, my lord."
So I roll a perception check, and I rolled a 20.
You see,
Holy shit!
as you see, you kind of squint and you kind of look amongst the bones, and it appears that some of the bones start to move a little bit.
Moving bones, huh? So I kind of say to the group in a very calm but slightly strained voice, maybe we should pick up our pace a little bit.
As you guys start to move forward, out of that movement that you saw, you see numerous skeletons start to stand up within this boneyard.
Oh, great.
Roll initiative.
Jesus! 1.
Initiative is just
It's a dex roll.
just a straight dex roll.
Yeah.
12 for myself.
Give me 1 second.
The Quagget's got an 11, and the Drow got a 4.
The dwarf got a 5, and Topsy and Turvey got 11.
Give me 1.
Or excuse me, 9.
I'll start here in a second. Okay, sorry. What did you get, Arlie?
Arlie got 1.
Oh, that with your dex modifier?
My dex modifier is a -1,
Oh,
so that's why I got a 1.
all right.
'Cause I
Then.
rolled
What did your NPCs get, Arlie?
Topsy and Turvey got 9, and the dwarf got 5.
Okay. Arian, what did you get?
I got an 8.
Okay. What did your
We're
NPCs get?
killing it tonight.
Shut up, Jason.
What did you get? Or what did your NPCs get?
Vapido got a 14. And Ront got a 19.
We still haven't killed that guy?
Braxton, what did you get?
12.
Guys, let's make a pact here. Next time we're not in some battle for our lives, we're going to kill that orc.
What did your NPC get, Braxton?
10 and 4.
You have Darendil and Sarah?
Yeah.
Okay. And I'll just roll. From what you see out of this, the skeletons rising up, you see about 11 different skeletons. There's plenty of illumination in here from the fungi that's around. And I'll just roll once for all of them since there's so many. They rolled a 15, 16, 17.
And how close are they?
They're kind of strewn about, so I'll draw it for you if you'd like. So you came to... It's so much easier just to draw by hand if we were all here. Alright, so you have this massive chamber. Where the hell is the pencil? There it is. And it opens up into this chamber here. And you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10,
10 skeletons.
11. 11 skeletons. And this was, oops. And you guys kept the same travel order for the most part?
Yeah, pretty much.
So you guys entered the chamber. And that's what you're looking at. So the Ront is actually up first.
All right. So.
I'm gonna have Ront. Ront is gonna charge number 10. And Link is great axe.
Okay. So he runs forward and he kind of belts out some orc war cry that nobody understands.
Sounds about right.
Alright. And 23.
23 is a hit.
Alright.
And which one was this one? Number 11?
10.
Oh, 10.
And here we go.
8 damage.
8.
Alright, so Ront charges up and he takes a swing with his hand axe and just knocks a whole bunch of the rib cages out of the skeleton and tears half of his body, and the skeleton kind of drops, and the skeleton's on the verge of falling apart.
Yeah.
Alright.
Good hit, Rob.
That very same skeleton raises its. The skeletons look like they're clad in like decaying cloths and rags. They look like they're normal size, like humanoid type forms, and they have like old, like decaying, like leather armor. Some of them have arrows that are piercing their bodies. They all appear to have like small bucklers and short swords. So this same one takes a swing at Ront with a short sword for 19. which I'm assuming is a hit.
I think that's good. Yeah, that hits.
And he takes 5 damage.
Okay.
Dennison, how big is this cavern from the TO to 7?
To 7, it's about 35-40 feet.
Okay.
Oh, to 7?
Yeah.
It's probably closer to, well, let's see, 5, 10. The cavern's pretty big. We'll say it's about 60 feet from front to rear.
Alright.
So number 9, which looks like a 4 for some reason in the middle there, is probably, let me fix that. That's probably about the halfway point, so that's probably about 30 feet.
I got you. And then I have a question for the group. As far as like actual time in play, like how long? Because I mean, like you would assume that everybody doesn't take like one turn at a time. Like
Each round is about 6 seconds,
oh, okay, cool,
I think is what the rulebook says.
got it.
So up next is number 11. Well, here, I'll just do it in number order. I did 10, so he's done. Number 1 is going to, kind of stumble forward. And he's going to take a swing at Eldith.
Good.
Good.
Bitch.
And he does 11.
That does not hit.
So you take a kind of shambles forward and just kind of swipes off the side of Eldith's armor. Number 2 moves forward. Okay. And moves up to Turvey. And attacks for 14.
And that does not hit.
He does the same. He takes a swing and just swipes directly overhead. Number 3 shambles forward off to the side of Arlie and does the same thing with his short sword. Just takes a swing. 20. And he's dead because he's gone now.
So, what happened there?
The skeleton killed you and it just knocked you right out of the game.
Oh, yeah?
So yeah, he took a swing with his
Was
short
I the
sword.
only one that got kicked out?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
So I have to switch from 2.5 to 5.
Yeah, apparently. Okay, so what happened?
You got hit for, he attacked you for 20 to pierce your armor?
20?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a hit.
Alright, he does, 5 damage.
5 damage?
Yep, so he chops down and kind of slashes you across the chest. Number 4, with his short bow, takes a shot at Topsy. 13.
That does not hit.
Arrow goes whizzing by and kind of bypasses everybody. Number 5 does the same thing, except he's taking a shot at Arlie, who's on the side.
What the fuck?
13.
That does not hit.
Arrow goes whizzing by again. So you guys have arrows flying back
Harley
and forth
tries
across.
to catch it as it goes by, but he misses.
Number 6 does the same thing, but firing at Eldith. And he misses. 7
Alright.
does the same, firing, also misses. And number 8 takes a shot at Buckudo, who's off to the right. and also misses. They're terrible shots. They're just flinging arrows. Like I said, you may need eyes, not just a skull, apparently, to aim with a short bow. So a whole bunch of arrows launch from the back of the room, and they're just kind of flailing across. Oh, I forgot number 11. Number 11 is going to go ahead and come up and take a swing at Topsy.
Bastard.
15. Whoops, sorry. $17.
Yeah, that's a hit.
And he does 5 damage with his sword. So he comes down and knocks Topsy back a little bit. It is now... Put these in order. It is Bopido's turn.
Alright. Here we have Bopido's going to hop forward and swing at actually, wait. He's going to shoot a crossbow.
Say again?
He's going to use his light crossbow and shoot at me for 3.
Alright, through Kel and Orion? Or is he going to like try to shoot over them?
Oh, well, I guess he moves off to the side then. I thought he would be angled enough. But yeah, he's going to step off to the
You guys are
left
kind of
there.
in line a little bit. Alright. Oops.
Wait, you said Bopido, right?
Yes.
Bopido's in the back.
Who am I? Oh, I was looking at Braxton, sorry. Okay, yeah, go ahead and take your shot.
Okay. Alright, 5. 16.
16's a hit.
Oops. 9.
So he fires with his crossbow and just cleaves half of the skeleton's skull and just like blows a big hole in it. But he's still up moving around.
Oh, darn.
All
Chucky Dorm.
From here, it is Braxton's turn.
Oh, Braxton.
Oh, Braxton. Let's see. I'm gonna cast. How far away are all these dudes away from each other? Let me see, like 6. I don't know, 6, 9, 7, 4.
7 is about 60 feet away. 9 is probably closer to the halfway mark. It kind of locks the grid in
From
there.
each other.
They're about halfway. Oh, from each other?
Yeah.
They're probably about 20 feet.
From each other.
Yeah.
How much is each of these blocks? So that I don't have to do that.
The blocks I'm not really counting as anything. If you really want to go by on the, we'll say 10 feet.
It's not to scale.
Yeah, it's not to scale.
Well, that's interesting.
While you're deciding, Kel and his NPCs are going to move over and guard the rear. That and Stool isn't really much use in a fight, so he's going to kind of run off, cowering off to the side a little bit. Kel's going to block the rear. I think we're missing Jim Jar, aren't we?
Alright, so my dude has Flaming Sphere, and I'm going to hit 9.
Okay.
So they have to make a dexterity saving throw.
Dex save. It gets 15, 16, 17? You said Dex, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So it takes 5 damage.
5 damage. What did you cast on it?
Huh?
What did you call it?
Flaming sphere.
So your flaming spear kind of lights up the cavern as it's flaming down, and
Fuck yeah, it lights up the cavern. It's got 20-foot bright light radius and 20 feet dim light radius.
it just rages through and just kind of it cleaves the shoulder right off of one of these, or off of that number 9.
Alright. And then as a bonus action, I'm gonna move the spear to in between 7, 9, and 4. So right here.
You can control the spear, like where it goes.
It's a spear.
Oh, sphere. I thought you said spear. So you can kind of like move the orb around however you want.
Yeah.
Cool. Was it explode or something?
It doesn't necessarily explode, but like if you end your turn in or around the sphere, you take 2d6 on a failed dex or half on a failed
Successful.
It does what?
It does 2d6 on a successful or half on a failed.
What'd you say about ending it? Like if you move it in between all of these?
I'm just moving it, so it's just going to hang out there for the
Okay, so it doesn't have an
round.
additional effect or anything?
Yeah, and then if anything, like I said, any creature that ends its turn within 5 feet of the sphere. So if they're 10 feet away from each other,
Got it.
roughly,
So it's kind of like a
Okay.
trap almost.
yeah.
Cool.
So hopefully it'll hit all 3 of them.
Alright, it's now Darrendel's turn.
Who? Oh, yeah.
He's gonna take, let's see. So there's 10 feet in between like 10 and 11 and 11.
Yeah.
Alright. So I'm gonna have him move. Shit. Out of here, bitch. He's gonna move in between 3 and 1.
3 and 1? Okay.
And he's going to attack 3.
Alright. I think he's got 2 attacks too, is that right?
Yeah, and he's got 5 foot reach. That's why I'm trying to place him right in the middle. So if he can hit 3, hopefully kill it, and then hit 1 and kill it. 16.
16 is a hit.
Do skeletons rely on sight?
What's
Uh,
that?
Do skeletons, do they rely on sight? I mean, they don't really have eyes.
No, not really.
Yeah, okay.
He does 8. No, yeah, 8.
8 damage.
Yep.
So if he takes a swing, this is just the first attack, or is this all together?
Just the first one.
Okay. Oh, you said 8 on number 3?
Yeah.
So he swings with his claw, and he just shatters these bones apart. His claw rips straight through the skeleton, and he just tumbles into a massive pile of bones onto the ground.
Gotcha. Yeah, to answer your question, he said they have dark vision. Whether or not they can see or not.
Yeah, they do have
see.
dark vision.
Yeah, but I was just wondering if they relied on, like, eyes.
An eyeball.
If they relied on sight to see, because these deep gnomes that I control, they have spells that like help them not be seen. But if the creature doesn't rely on sight anyway, because it's like a skeleton, then
I mean, they don't have eyes, but they're still kind of looking around just like as if they did in their past life.
So since that one died, it is the big old X on his ass, and and then he's gonna hit 1, and he's gonna 18.
18's a hit.
And he smacked for 7.
7 on 1. Okay.
And that ends his turn. Well, he's gonna move back down behind Arlie, like right here.
All right.
Cool.
All right. It is Topsy and Turby's turn.
Okay. They are going to both attack 11. Well, first Topsy is going to attack 11.
Okay.
With his war pick.
Okay.
20.
20's a hit.
Fucking crit!
No, it wasn't a natural 20.
Oh.
Yeah. He did 5.
Okay, so one takes. You said they're both attacking 11. You said.
Well, yeah, Topsy attacked 11 first, and now Turkey will attack 11.
Okay.
21.
Yep.
And he did 12. No, excuse me, 10. Sorry, 10.
So
This is what
Turby,
the skeleton looks like.
they kind of double team them. They're kind of
Nice.
these little gnomes that run up. Yeah. What the fuck is that? Mickey Mouse?
And Goofy.
Yeah.
I have a whole toy chest right next to me in case we need some
Props.
some figurines.
I got a
Nice.
couple.
I'm looking for the
floating
I'm looking
around
for the
here.
Hulk for the Quagget.
Nice.
I had a Hulk earlier. I don't know where it went.
So
Okay, so
Topsy
maybe most of the skeleton,
runs
right?
out and sweeps the leg out from beneath the skeleton, shattering
Sweep
his
the leg, Johnny.
shin bones. Yeah, he sweeps the leg, and as he falls forward, Turby gets him on like the upswing, like almost like a golf swing, and just shatters the rest of the skeleton and rips right through him with his pickaxe.
Good for you guys.
Here was that lizard thing we fought earlier.
Nice. All right, whose turn is it?
It is now Orion's turn.
All right.
You have wings?
Nope.
And you need to get wings.
Level 14. All right. I'm gonna step off to the side of one, like over to the left of first skeleton, and
Which one? You can move these around if you want.
Oh, I can.
Yeah.
Right earlier. Can you?
Yes. You have to pick the arrow and hit select move, and then you can click on something and move it.
Well, that didn't work.
Not letting you move it?
I don't think so.
Well, maybe it's just on my end. Where do you want him to go? Up to 1?
Like right. There.
Alright, right here.
All right, and then I'm gonna cast Scorching Ray. Hold on, let me get it. I forgot it already. It needs 3 rolls.
Yeah, that's what you did last time. Can it target 3 different people, or is it all just at 1?
Yep, it can target 3 different people.
It's like,
You
okay.
should have moved over and attacked some of the other dudes.
All right, so I'm gonna throw 3 of them, and I'm gonna put 1 at 5, 1 at 6, and 1 at 9.
There it is.
Is there a range on it or anything?
Yeah, 120 feet.
You're good.
It's
What are you casting?
like a must-have.
Yeah, Scorching Ray.
They don't have to be in line or anything like that?
No, 'cause 3 separate.
Okay, I see.
It's like magic missile, but with fire.
So it shoots
But
like a
you
cone?
have to-
So you're blowing like this?
Yeah, and then 6. 5, 6, and 9.
It's like when you go to pee, but your pee comes out in 2 separate streams.
Ah, when the pipes are clogged?
I got a 16 against number 5.
That'll do it.
Okay. Damn. 10 against number 6.
That just barely singes his armor a little bit. What's left of it.
No. These are attacks.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. And then a 19. So I'm going to hit 5 and 9.
Oh, I thought you were hitting 1, 5, and 6.
No. 5, 6, 9. I missed 6, but I got 5 and 9.
Okay. 1 doesn't get hit by anything? 1's over here.
So 5 gets... Yeah. Damn it! Kason! 1!
I'm sorry. I'm really glad you took
Hey, you
those
hit
away
3,
from me.
you hit 2 out of 3 people, though.
So I hit number 5 with 5.
Okay.
And then number 9... Jason! Fuck, man!
Dude, that's funny.
That's not funny. You realize 50% of my rolls have been a 1?
Oh, I realize. I know that feel, bro.
So
All right.
you blast your scorching ray, and it flings out in kind of like a laser beam and just kind of jumps across this wave, and it hits those 3 skeletons in the back. It just kind of scorches number 6's armor a little bit, and he reels back, but doesn't take any damage. Number 5, you just completely like blow off his left arm, and over at 9, it just almost disintegrates what's like what bone is left of the body. It's not dead, but it's in pretty rough condition. It's shambling around. It's gonna have a rough time lifting its bow.
All right.
And it is Eldith's turn if you're done.
All right. Wait,
Jason,
Eldith.
Who has Eldith?
Me.
Um,
She's going to attack number 1 with her war pick.
What does Sereth get a turn? Are we back to the top of the order?
Sarah's got a 4, so he's at the bottom of the list.
21. No, I didn't crit.
Yeah, that's definitely a hit.
He does 5 damage.
To number 1.
Yeah.
So Eldith yells, "For Gotogrim!" And she just smashes like half the ribs out of the skeleton, and it kind of stumbles back, and it's really messed up. It looks like if the wind blew hard enough, it's going to fall over. And it is that all Eldith has? Anything else?
That's it.
All right, it is now it's Sarah's turn.
Nice.
Who?
Sarah.
Sereth.
Oh.
Alright, Sereth is going to...
Wait, did Sareth go first?
No, he had a
No.
4.
Oh. Did I also have a 4?
You had a 1.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
So
That's bad.
you will be
I
followed by
forgot about
Sareth.
How do you have a 1? Like,
He has a minus
I
1
I
to
rolled a
his
2 and my
dex.
dex is a -1.
shitty dog.
Yeah, I know. No kidding.
While I'm looking this up real quick, if you're doing like a melee attack and you're using like a finesse weapon, or not a finesse weapon, like you're using like a regular weapon, and you have a -1 to strength, that's a -1 to hit, right?
And to your...
And to
And your damage.
Alright. Cool, just wondering. So this dude is going to... He's going to cast Fairy Fire,
That doesn't do any damage.
but it gives you advantage on hitting creatures for everybody else. And he's pretty much... So I can hit him with a short sword
Yeah.
and do nothing.
Yeah.
Buff everybody up. So, and that's him. I don't give a fuck, you know? He's an enemy spellcaster.
He's quite a ways. If he was to like run up and try to like hit number 1 or 2, he's more than I don't know what's his movement. Yeah, I think he's definitely more than 30 feet away. Yeah.
Well, it's got a range of 60 feet, and then his...
Well, fairy fire is
movement
fine, but if he was to like walk up, I guess.
He's got 30 feet, so yeah, I mean,
Yeah, he'd
he's
be
gonna
all
walk up. So if he walks up to TO, he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So he can hit, 6, 9, 7 ish,
Yeah.
4.
Do you want to move him up?
Yes. Do you need me to?
I can do it.
Yes, sir. And then yeah. Yeah, so he's gonna put it. So it's 10, 20-ish. Yeah, he's gonna put it right. I guess it doesn't really matter. He'll put it right here, I guess. And then, but
Where at?
anyway,
I didn't
each
see
object in a 20-foot cube is outlined with, I don't know, a green light. And then, they gotta do a failed, they gotta do a dexterity saving throw.
Where did you fire it?
Right where that little yellow dot is.
Okay. And it shoots out from you as a cube?
Yeah.
And so I'm assuming you're going to shoot it in between Topsy and Turvy?
Yeah.
Okay. And how far does it go?
I mean, it can go out to 60 feet, but it says each object's within the 20-foot cube. Within range is outlined in a green light. Any creature in the area, when the spell is cast, is also outlined in light. If it fails dexterity saving throws for the duration, objects and affected creatures shed dim light for a tempo radius. Any attack rolls against an affected creature or object has advantage if the attacker can see it, and the affected creature or object can't benefit from being invisible.
Okay. So who are you trying to hit with it?
1 and 2.
Oh,
That's
okay.
all.
So like it doesn't.
It's only got 20-foot radius.
Yeah, I got it. So you're casting basically a rectangle. Like, hold on.
I mean, you got it right. So that way the
Like
light kind
this?
of shines here.
You're basically doing a cube like that.
Yeah.
It doesn't like emanate from your body or anything.
No.
Like you don't shoot it out. It just appears in a cube wherever you want.
Yes. It just says it's got a range of 60 feet. So
Okay.
each object.
Cool. You move up, and around the skeletons, all of a sudden the skeletons, while they're locked in their battle with Eldith and Turvy up front right now, they kind of look around for a second, and look down at themselves, and there's some green, like small little flickers of flame that start emanating from their body, and it's not damaging them, but they're definitely alarmed.
Cool deal. That ends his turn.
And it's a little bit brighter around that area.
Yeah, that's it.
How wide is the cube? I know it's 20 feet long. How wide is it?
It doesn't say.
Alright,
It says a 20-foot cube.
we'll call it good. And next we've got Arlie, finally.
Alright, so
Attack 1 or 2. You have advantage.
how far is everything away from me? So if I were to move to number 1, how far away is that?
It's about 10, 15 feet.
Okay, so I move to number 1, and I attack him with my mace. Ta-ta-ta!
So you call upon Yolanda's might to smash this skeleton on the head?
Does a 10 hit?
A 10 does not.
Fuck. Alright.
You have advantage.
Yes, you do have
Oh
advantage.
yeah, I have event. Ha ha ha. Doesn't.
Damn it.
Alright, so I am going to move. I'm going to continue moving after that attack.
Don't you have halfling luck?
Yeah, but it's only if I roll a 1. I'm going to continue moving till I get to 25 feet. So, like right to here.
Yeah, we'll put you there.
Okay. And then for my bonus action, I'm going to cast Spiritual Weapon. So I'm going to summon a short sword.
Okay.
And how far is number 5 from me?
About 20, 25 feet.
Perfect. I'm going to cast Spiritual Weapon right in front of number 5 and attack with it.
Okay, so is it just like a weapon that floats on its own?
Yes, it's just a floating spectral weapon.
Cool. Alright.
Alright, so... Does a 19 hit?
It does.
You bet it does. And the damage is... D8 plus 2... 9 damage.
On number 5.
On number 5.
9 damage. So this spectral sword just all of a sudden appears in front of the skeleton, and it looks up with its longbow, and its eyes get like the little caverns where the holes are in the skull. Look like they move out a little bit, like they're getting real big, like a cartoon, like, oh no, like the big puppy dog eyes. And this sword just cleaves straight through this, straight through the skeleton.
Sweet.
It did.
Awesome. Killed it. Mashed it.
So since he's the last one for our turn, does that end the turn?
Yes.
So if 9, 7, and 4 didn't move, then they're taking damage.
Okay. How far? What's the width?
It's a 5-foot sphere, so if each one of those blocks are 10, and they're within that, so that 5-foot radius.
Well, they're about 20 feet apart each.
Oh,
two
fuck
squares.
you, Dennison.
Hey, if each square is 10, that's 9's right here, so that's 10, 20.
Alright, so 10.
20.
So taking up half this, if the sphere is 5 foot, right?
Uh-huh.
2.5 on this side, 2.5 on this side, 2.5.
Good geometry.
Yeah. So is 9 more than 10 feet away from the center of the circle?
No.
Alright then. Then he's taking fucking damage.
Alright. How much?
Yes, the next saving throw.
Yeah. They all, except for maybe 7. 7 might be out of reach. We need to draw circles and not numbers. So it's like 9 circle right here, or is it like right in the middle of 9?
It's like right in the middle of 9.
Alright. And then 4, is it like over here for 4?
It's right in the middle of whatever the number is.
Alright. So 4 gets away.
Alright.
What 9 get?
He's got to make a dex saving throw.
Yeah.
12.
No. It takes a big whopping 5.
He explodes.
Dennison, at the end of this skirmish, are we just going to find a bunch of bones in here?
Huh?
So at the end of this skirmish, are we going to find a bunch of bones in here?
Well, you're fighting a bunch of bones in here.
I think Tweedledee and Tweedledum need to pull up the nuke. What do they call that when it comes down on Las Vegas?
On Las Vegas?
Yeah.
Did anybody else get hit by that orb? Did you say 7 was in range?
I don't know. If he's within 5 feet of the whatever, then yes, but otherwise no.
Where's the center of that orb at? Like right where that...
Yeah, right at the cross.
At the cross? Yeah, he's not within 5 feet. He's about 10 feet from it.
Well, it's within 10 feet of the center of the circle.
Oh, it's within 10 feet of the center of the circle?
The sphere is a 5-foot diameter, and it's within 5 feet of the sphere.
Yeah. So the sphere, yes, it's got 10 feet on either side.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
It has its own block.
Yeah, it'd be a little short then. Alright, so it is Ron's turn.
Who?
Ron Dorian.
Ron Dewire.
Wrong.
The orc.
Oh, okay, the orc, yeah.
Right.
Make the orc commit suicide.
No, I'm gonna have him swing at the damn skeleton again since he didn't finish the job last time.
Yeah.
Shut up, you. You're the one that gave me the bad hit die.
I obviously kept some of them for
It
myself.
wasn't Ron's fault.
I have plenty to go around.
Alright, so roll. Damn it!
Wow.
Can't get no love to him.
Yeah.
So what's the total?
7.
With his modifier?
Oh yeah, that's with the modifier, because I rolled a freaking 2.
Yeah, if you look over in the chat dialogue, you can see.
Oh, okay, you guys are using the computer thing. So Ron says, "Ron, smash!" And he just like goes to take a swing at the skeleton and just gets his just hits the rock on the wall.
Yep, that's exactly what happened.
Arlie, way over across the room, goes, "Ha! Yay!"
The skeletons are up now. So, number 1 takes a swing at Orion with his short sword. And 17.
Ah, it hits.
And you take 5 damage.
Good. Alright.
So he takes a swing across and just slashes you. Number 2 is going to attack Turby. Uh-oh, and he crit.
What?
He crit on Turby.
Did?
Yeah, I did. So he's going to take 6, 7, 8. He's going to take 10. So this thing just like takes his little buckler that's on the side and just smacks the pickaxe away and just cleaves right down on top of Turby. Topsy goes, "Brother!
Brother!"
Number 4 is going to take a shot at Arlie with his short bow. Um, 13? Oh,
Miss.
hang on. 14.
Hey.
I'm sorry, 15.
I have a question.
Still a miss.
Arlie.
What's up?
If that sphere sheds out bright light, like, do they get disadvantage or not?
I'd say probably not, because they don't, like we were talking about earlier, they don't really rely on eyesight. So.
The skeletons aren't sensitive to light like the drow,
Gotcha.
because they're not normal Underdark. You're just your
And
typical.
then-
They could be anywhere, so.
In opposition to that, if they are in bright light, do people that attack them get advantage? This is in like fairy fire.
If they're in bright light?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
So like fairy fire says, any attack roll against a creature affected, the affected creature object has advantage if the attacker can see it. But the only reason it says that is because any creature in the area when the spell is cast, it is also outlined in a light. If it fails for the duration of the object and the creature is affected dim light, I don't know. I'm just saying, like, if they're shined up by light, does it make it the same. I don't know.
No, you just get an advantage to hit. They wouldn't be at a disadvantage. You're just able to see them better, so that you're more precise with your attack.
Yeah, but that's for Fairy Fire. I wonder if Flaming Sphere had the same effect, because like it emits bright light in like a 20-foot.
Oh, if it didn't mention it on there, then. So, number 6 is going to move up to Arlie and take a swing, and he totally misses for sure. So he rolled a 3. Number 7, number 9. Is number 9 still up? No, number 9's dead.
I was gonna say you haven't erased him, so I don't know.
All right. Is this orb still here, or is that gone now?
No, that's there. Like, if you said each round that we play lasts 60 seconds, that thing will be there for 10 rounds.
Oh, okay. So, number 7 goes to move up and moves through, close to the orb, because he doesn't really know what it is.
Cool.
He's just going to kind of walk through. Does that damage him?
I mean, if it were me, I would say yeah, because you're walking into a flaming sphere. But
he's not walking into the sphere; he's just running by it within that 5-foot area.
Then, I mean, I guess I would say no. I don't fucking know.
Say it'll tell you in the thing.
No, it really doesn't say. It just says like if you end your turn there, then you're taking damage.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't say like whether like you're moving through it.
Okay, so he's gonna move up, kind of on the same level as 6, and he's gonna take a shot at Braxton.
Sweet.
From here, because you just smoked his buddy up there. So he fires with a short bow. 11.
Nope.
So the arrow goes whizzing by and sticks into the wall just above Stool's head, and he just kind of jumps up and down. And you guys notice that as he jumps up and down, he has the bucket in his hand again.
Nice.
Bucket.
Yeah, the shit bucket that keeps talking to him and telling him to bring it. And poop kind of flings out, and it's like getting all over the place. It's starting to stink. Number 8, oops, is going to move up a bit to about here, and he's going to take a shot at Braxton as well. And he does he attacks for 14.
Yes.
All right, and you take 5 piercing damage.
Cool.
Number 10 takes another swing at Ront. He's kind of battling off on the side over here, and he does the same thing with Ront. And just goes to swing. Ront just backs away, and he just smacks into the cavern wall on the side with his short sword.
They're just trading misses.
Yeah, pretty much. They're just every time they try to go to swing, they're just smacking the wall with their weapon.
Nice.
It is Crocodile's turn.
We'll get him, oop-de-doop. Who controls Oop-de-Doop?
It is Orion.
Oh. Y'all keep saying weird names.
Because I can't remember anybody's names. But you have Bub.
Yeah, Bub. Okay, got
Crocodile.
it.
He's the little.
See.
He's the little dude that looks like this. The little Darrow.
Yeah, the Bub.
Okay, yeah. So I'm gonna shift him over to here. Yeah.
Where?
Like here. And I'm gonna take a shot at 2 with an arrow.
Dang.
All right.
Oh, oops. I forgot what my one was to that. What is... Alright. Damn it!
Oh my word.
Kason!
That one T-shirt that you sent out the picture of that one time, you'd be getting that tonight, surprisingly enough.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, that totally just whizzes right through like the rib cage of the skeleton. Doesn't hit anything.
That was a really good shot, Buck.
At least Turvey is
Braxton?
short. Okay. That's all I can do with Buck.
Who's next?
It's Braxton's turn. While you're thinking about it, I'm gonna go fix a drink real quick.
Cool. So I'm gonna move my dude. Move on. Wait. I need to know how far apart these dudes are. Are 6 and 7 20 feet away from each other? Are they 10?
I'm pretty sure they're just however far Jimmy decides they're away from
They're like 10 apart, I think.
I would say, if I had to say it, I'd say they were like 20 feet apart because it looks like they're halfway in the squares that they're in.
What's that?
How far apart are 6 and 7?
About 10 feet, we'll say.
They're just arbitrary.
They're 10 feet apart.
10, 15 feet.
Dennison, it's like when people say weird things in public and it's a meaning. I need a solid
10 feet. 10 feet apart.
Well, look, I wrote the words on there, Tom. I'll circle it for you.
I see it over there to the side.
Not the scale.
Not the scale doesn't mean the same thing as inconsistent.
Nope. Yes, it does.
Alright.
Trust me, I have a math minor.
So, I'm going to ram number 4 with
Ram?
Yep.
Ram right?
Yep, I'm gonna ram it with the spear.
Ram? All right.
Are you moving it all before you do that, or are you just flinging it? Oh, the sphere?
And then he needs to make a dexterity saving throw.
12, 14?
No. He takes 8.
Alright, so the sphere moves up and just blows up in number 4's face.
And then I will who has the least amount of hit points right now? 2 or 10?
10's in pretty rough shape.
10's in rough shape.
Even though Ron keeps missing, he has gotten a few clean blows in there.
Ron Dewire can do it for himself. I'm going to cast Mage Armor on myself.
Alright. And it would be Darrendel's turn after that.
Darendel, let's see how close to this. He's going to move up to number 1.
Right there?
Kill it!
Yeah, and he's going to attack number 1.
So as Durandal runs up there, all of the calm, elvish qualities that he has seem to be kind of drifting out, and he seems to be like fully blown Quaggoth at this point, and he's just blindly like just roaring as he's charging up.
Okay.
Seems to
So what
has
if
lost
I
all
go off
sense.
if he's not
What's
a
that?
Quaggoth?
What's
I
that?
thought he was a Quaggoth all the time.
He is a Quaggoth, but he thinks that he is an elven prince that was cursed into this form, and he's afraid that he's losing himself to this curse that he has. Which it
But he
would
doesn't
definitely
really have a
appear
curse.
to
He's
be
a
right
Quaggoth.
now.
The curse is that he thinks he's a prince.
He is he has the form of a Quaggoth, but he says that he's a elven prince named Prince Darendal.
Okay. So he attacks number 1. He gets 20.
Yeah, he just rips the skeleton. He picks up both ends, right at the spine, just reaches straight through and just rips the skeleton in half.
And then I'm gonna move him. How far did I already move?
He was what, right here?
Yeah, somewhere.
I'll say he moved 10 feet.
I guess I'll move him wherever. Over there by 2.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense because he's kind of like in a blind like rage right now.
Yeah.
And the Quaggoth form is kind of taken over, so 10, 20, 30, so he'll be about right here.
Okay.
Well, closer to the yellow dot, but it won't. They keep snapping it to the grid, so.
Oh, okay. Then yeah, that's his turn.
All right. Topsy and Turvy.
Alright. So, Topsy is going to move up to 2. And as he swings with his war pick, he says, "For Turvy!" He rolls 22.
22. 22
Really?
is a hit.
I'm only getting good rolls with the NPCs. But he only does 4 damage, though.
I'm not even getting good rolls with the NPCs.
Yeah. Sorry.
All right. Turvy's turn.
Yep. Turvy swings his war pick, and he says, "For me!" But he rolled a 5.
Yeah, he goes and takes a swing and just kind of swipes at nothing. As Topsy kind of stole the glory, and when he smacked the skeleton, it knocked it back, so that when Turvy went to swing, it just hit nothing but air.
Nice.
Totally stole his thunder. Orion.
Alright. Which one has less health, 6 or 7?
They both look to be in the same kind of shape.
Okay.
I'm gonna move to
As much as, how healthy skeletons can look when they're decaying. And
right there. There's
just hold the... Okay, you're going to move right... Oops, that's Harley. Alright, so you're going to move here?
Yeah.
Alright.
Alright, and then I'm gonna throw a firebolt at Harley. How's your health looking?
That's usually a bad sign.
I'm just like critically missed.
I have health.
Okay. Throwing it at 6.
Oh boy.
Alright. Is there like a burst radius on the firebolt?
Boom!
Nice.
Is that why you
That's a
asked?
perfect one.
Is there like a burst radius on the firebolt?
Unfortunately, no.
Okay.
No. In this case, it's fortunately no.
So this fireball goes whizzing by Arlie as he's fighting this number 6 here. Arlie just kind of gives the what the fuck. So you throw this firebolt at number 6. Did you already
This
roll?
guy's toast.
Did you just roll a 25? Oh, did you just crit?
He crit.
Yeah,
Yeah, this skeleton just explodes as this firebolt hits him. He just blows into ash.
Go figure. When I'm shooting at the target by Harley, I would get a good roll.
Arlie's like the front of his cloak is all singed.
I'm like, what's all that?
The little like scraggles of hair that he had left from his bald head there's a little flame on it.
Sorry, Harley. But I got him.
You no.
And it's Eldith's turn.
Who?
Eldith.
Okay. Eldith moves up to number 2, and she screams like a girl and hits him with her war pick.
She goes, oh.
Yeah, 19.
19 is a hit.
She does 6.
She comes down and just cleaves one of the arms off of the skeleton. Just smashes straight through it. The skeleton looks like it's like about to just fall over.
I feel like it's actually out of hit points, but you just didn't want to let a girl kill it, and I respect that.
It's because she swings like a girl and she didn't quite do enough damage. But it's on the verge.
Hey, is number 4 dead?
Number 4 is not quite dead yet.
I'm not dead yet.
It's not looking good though. It's
I
pretty
feel fine.
it's pretty jacked up. It's on like it's kind of limping across.
You're not fooling anyone, you know.
It is Sarah's turn.
It's alright, it's not bad.
It's Sarah's turn. I think that's you, Braxton.
Okay.
I mean Tom. Whoever you are.
I mean...
Dan's eating pizza. I want pizza. I'll get me some pizza.
Everybody got pizza night, pizza Friday, huh?
Everybody
Sarith is going to move up and attack number 2.
Alright.
And 23.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Uh, 6.
So he just swings out with his short sword and just cleaves the spine right in half. It's like the slow motion and like an anime.
Nice.
And the top of the skeleton just kind of, he just sits there for a second, and then the top of it just falls over.
Nice. But it took 4 episodes for that to happen, though.
It did. Sarith was going, and charging. And that went on for about 4 episodes.
Yeah, and then everybody else's turn would go, and it would be like, meanwhile, and it would come back to them like,
Like instead of here, it's like you slowly moved it to here.
Yeah.
It is Arlie's turn.
Thank God.
All right.
It's all time to make fun of Kate and roll him super well.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
The first thing I'm going to do is... Has anybody hit 7 yet at all?
7's looking the same as he did when he first got up.
Okay, so I'm gonna cast Guiding Bolt on. Well, actually, I'm just gonna cast Sacred Flame on 7. How far away is 7 from my floating sword?
We'll say 10.
How long
20,
does that spectral voice
we'll say
last?
30 feet.
It lasts for a minute.
That's the longest minute on the planet.
Well, if each round is 6 seconds, I mean,
That's what I mean. Like, if we put on this 1 minute for
We
an
may
hour
need to
and a half,
modify that later on. I'll look into that.
yeah.
Because that's kind of ridiculous.
How far away is it from me?
About 30 feet.
I mean, it's cool. It works out in our favor because, like, and I'm pretty sure it's true. I've read that somewhere, but it's just like, gee, like when you think about how much
Yeah, like real
is
time.
going on versus game time.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to move the spectral weapon 20 feet closer to number 7 because I can only move it 20 feet. So, here-ish.
I wonder if I can maintain the spectral weapon.
And like wield it.
Yeah,
Wield it with your mage hand.
because I can move mage hand pretty far.
So I do that, and then Arlie is going to he's gonna cast Sacred Flame on number 7. So you have to do a dex saving throw.
11.
Missed. So you take Jesus 2 damage.
So this flame just kind of erupts. Let's see if he has a weakness maybe. Since he's undead. He doesn't.
Sweet.
So
Hey,
he
I have
kind
a
of, the
question.
side of his shoulder kind of burns up and just kind of scorches. So it turns like the bone then on him that's all kind of like white. It all kind of turns kind of black and charred.
Sweet. What's up, Tom?
What's the significance of, like, say a creature is, like, has a vulnerability to a certain damage? Like, does that mean that you get a plus to it, or you just have advantage when you hit it? Like, what
They
is that?
take twice the damage. If they're vulnerable to damage, they take twice the amount. If they're resistant to it, they take half the amount.
Are undead vulnerable to holy damage?
No, they're vulnerable to bludgeoning damage, and you keep hitting people with maces. That's why I was wondering.
Yeah, bludgeoning.
Yeah, with a mace.
It's just bludgeoning according to the
So that's
stat.
what I mean. Like, if you look at chapter 5 and look at, like, what a mace does, it's bludgeoning. It's not
Right.
like slashing.
Well, I hit him with a spell, but not my main.
Yeah.
But isn't that what you use though, as a mace?
Yeah.
Alright. And you haven't hit one, like, thus far?
He's
I
missed
have
every
not-
time with his mace.
Thus far, I have not hit him.
Had you hit him with your mace, then yeah, you would have done twice the damage.
No. You connected with your mace. It was just the side of my head.
That's right. The only person I've hit
Oh
with my
right,
mace
that's right.
is
He bashed Orion in the head.
Yeah.
What's wrong with you? You seem to be crazy. Whack!
Ah.
He's not getting up, guys.
I was trying to knock some sense into him. I'm just a little hobbit, and I figured he's a big dragonborn. I can't hurt him.
But your mace
Hey, fuck, bro.
Little did I know I was going to do 6 out of 6 possible points.
Remember that time Arlie was in the woods and he bashed that goblin's brains in?
Yes, I do. That was in one of Arlie's past lives. Well, that's my turn.
It is Ront's turn.
Hey, is that the end of the round?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, 4 has to make a dex saving throw.
Yeah, he rolled a 3.
Yeah, he took 10 damage.
4 just explodes where that orb is.
That's chief.
It's still Ront's turn.
Alright.
I think it's
So
you, Tom.
I'm going to attack 10.
Oh yeah, that's you, isn't it? Alright.
Mother.
Is that with strength?
Hit. I hit the side of the wall again.
Do you like my explosion?
Wow.
Number 4 just goes Super Saiyan?
Well, if in fact,
Ford just
you know,
exploded. He did a kamikaze thing. It is the skeleton's turn. So number 7 mindlessly runs over to Orion, and he's going to take a chop at you with a short sword.
Alright.
Does a 14 hit?
Nope.
He misses.
Sweet.
Number 8 is going to kind of move over this way a bit and take a shot at Braxton.
listen, stop fucking hating on me till I'm fucking crushing your shit, dude.
The skeletons are afraid because you keep blowing them up. 15? Is that hit?
Nah.
You'll notice they've stopped attacking me.
Arrow's kind of whizzing by. Yeah, they're like, a little halfling over there. He's
Nah, don't worry about him.
Yeah. Freaking mage armor's fucking sweet, dude.
Number 10 swings at Ront and misses. It is Bupado's turn.
You guys ever notice, like, when you wear headphones, like, it makes your ears, like...
Hurt and dirty. Yeah.
But
They're all greasy and, like, weird.
yeah, they're, like... I feel like I have, like, earwax built up in it. It's like my body telling me to get them off my face.
I once read an article that
It
said
grows
that
extra
having
earwax
on,
to repel the headphones off.
What?
Your body grows extra earwax to repel the headphones off.
Well, I read an article that said if you have headphones or earbuds or something on your ears, the germs and shit in your ears increase by 7-fold.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
That's weird.
And then that's when the actual wax starts to, like build up.
Right.
Well, that's
Alright, so I'm going to Buffalo, so like right there behind whoever SA is.
here.
And that's Braxton.
That's what I meant. Right there.
Alright, and I'm going to shoot an arrow at 8.
All right.
Oops. Holy crit.
Ah, see?
This bolt blasts straight through the skull of the skeleton and just shatters the skull, and the rest of the bones just drop down to the ground.
Still.
Now it's Braxton's turn.
Alright. I'm going to move this. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. And I'm going to hit number 10.
What are you hitting him with?
A sling.
All right. So are you trying to fire between Sereth and Bupado?
I will move myself in front of Sarah.
You're gonna nail him with the sling.
Yep. And I got a 21.
Yeah, that's gonna do it.
Alright. Takes 6 damage. Or wait, hold on, it takes more than that. 6.
You fling a rock, and
That's the most badass fucking rock on the planet.
it bypasses like his face just barely and hits the cavern wall and ricochets back and just completely shatters the skull
Nice.
of this skeleton.
It took
Like right in front of Ront, and like all the
8.
the pieces
Damn
of bones. The little pieces of bones just kind of shower into Ron's face.
Does Ron die?
No, Ron's okay. He says, "Oh, bone tastes bad. Smell bad." Ron won't kill skeleton.
Well, Ron, if you weren't such a big badass pussy face, could have done it. But
Ron says, "You shut up, puny human."
I'm gonna fuck that dude up. I wanna negate my move I just took here,
Uh-huh.
and so if it was right here, I wanna move it 1, 2, 3.
So like right there.
How bad do you want Ron to die?
Real bad.
Oh, right.
Ron's okay for right now.
I forgot.
Did I just move myself? No.
I moved you over to the yellow box.
Move me back. Erase my yellow box. This is my sphere.
I tell you what, since you guys really don't like Ron, am I right?
He's a merc.
Why don't
I got something. I'm gonna take out Ron for you. I'm gonna let you know that, and it's gonna be awesome if you want to spare
One of the
him for
bone
right
shards
now.
got infected and he died.
If you guys want to spare Ron right now, I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna kill him off later, awesomely,
All right.
since I know you guys hate him.
4's dead, right?
Yeah.
4. Yeah, 4's dead.
Poor kamikaze. Yeah, that's my turn.
It is Darrendel's turn.
Darendale is going to move up and cleave 7.
Could I just kill one skeleton, please? Every time I get close to one, somebody else comes in and bogarts it.
Sorry, bro.
You destroyed that one with the spectral sword.
Yeah, but that doesn't count.
you have to hit it?
You were
Alice.
vicariously doing it with your mind.
Oh, I see what you did there. You got a 17.
Yeah, that's gonna hit.
Alright. And he takes. Let's see here. Let's go with the average damage. He takes. Has 7 already been hit?
7 has been hit before. Yeah.
Oh, never mind. That doesn't apply.
But he only took 2 damage.
Yeah, while I was reading it, says Wounded Fury. It says while at 10 hit points or fewer, but that's if the Quagga is at 10 hit points or fewer.
Right.
So the skeleton takes 6,
Alright.
and then for the second melee attack, 2.
He
7.
tears it apart.
No, he hit with a 7.
Oh no, he does not tear it apart.
Yeah. Then that is the Quagga's turn.
So the Quaggoth runs up and he's lost all sense of who he is at this point, and he just slashes down with both claws. One of them kind of just grazes the side, but the other one just like rips half of the skeleton's armor off and just slashes a whole bunch of the bones off the front of the skeleton.
Alright.
It's
Alright,
not looking
Harley.
good.
I didn't kill it.
So
I only got 1
it's not
hit.
my turn for forever, so
It's
somebody
kind of
else-
your turn. It's Topsy and Turvy's turn.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so Topsy moves as close as he can to 7. I don't know how he can move up to 20 feet. So does that get him to 7?
Yep.
Of course it does. So he rolls with his war pick. He rolls a 10.
Yeah, he missed.
All right, so Turvy goes up to him, and he rolls with his war pick, and he rolls an 18, which is a hit, right?
Yep.
And he does 9 damage.
Yeah, Turvy just Topsy. It's kind of the flip flop of what happened last time. So Topsy goes to take a swing, but Turvy has already hit him, so he sweeps the leg on him, Cobra Kai style, and
Do or die.
Turvy just smashes what's left of the skeleton and just crushes it. Turvy kind of looks over and goes, "Even."
Put him in a body bag.
And 7 is dead.
I snap my fingers and dismiss my spectral weapon.
Same thing with the sphere.
All right, you guys are alone in this chamber now. There's still some a little bit of a glow. There's still some bones remaining on the ground, but they don't appear to be animate.
Saladar, or whatever the hell his name is going to cast Dancing Lights and light the room up.
Sarah?
Yeah.
Okay, so he casts his spell, and it kind of illuminates the area, and you can see that this was some sort of boneyard. The threat looks like it appears that it is past, and Bopido runs over and says,
Sirs, this may be a good place to rest for the night. There's lots of cover and it's an open cavern. If the drow do approach, maybe perhaps we can set our camp up behind her and maybe underneath some of these bones, and maybe we can hide our encampment.
Good idea, Ukidu.
I got a 17 for perception.
I got a 15.
Oh, I didn't roll. Whoops.
Oh, wait. Never mind. I got a 17.
you get the impression that Bopido feels like he's really fucked up and wants to take a rest.
I was just wondering if I could see any treasures or anything.
Oh, to see in the local area? You look around in the local area and you find about 10 gold pieces amongst the shattered skeletons, just based off of what they had in their coin purses.
Like each of us?
Yeah, each one of you finds about 10 gold pieces altogether on all the different skeletons.
I'll take that. Alright, and then we bed down for a legit long rest, because we all need to charge back up a little bit.
Oh yeah, I need to get my hit points back.
All right, everybody, go ahead and make a either Constitution or Wisdom. It's up to you. Saving throw.
So 12.
What'd you get?
I got a 12.
Go ahead and make it for your NPCs as well.
What?
Go ahead and make it for your NPCs as well.
Oh, right.
What can it be? Constitution or what?
Constitution or Wisdom.
Alright, so I got a 10. Topsy and Turvy each got a 10, and Eldith got a 4.
So Eldith, what did you get, Ori? You and your dudes?
My guys got a 16 for the drow. 5 for the Quagget, and a 14 for myself.
What'd you get, Orion?
Alright, I got it rolled and both of mine got 13.
Okay, and what did you just get again, Orion?
I got a 10, Topsy and Turvy got 10s, Eldith got a 4.
Okay, and you guys are taking a long rest?
Yep.
Okay, how are you guys setting up your camp? Are you guys like setting any Are you guys gonna post a guard? Like, tell me how you guys are doing it.
We're gonna go over to this area right there, and we're gonna make like a little wall, like just a small wall of skulls, and all of the NPCs are going to be on the perimeter of that.
Hey,
Eldith walks up and says, I can't help but feel like
Finish up
that since
the top of the
we've
map.
been with you guys have been putting us Underdark folk on the outer edges. You mentioned that
It's because you have dark vision, dickhead. I don't know what to do.
you mentioned it was for the dark vision, but I can't help but feel like you're using us as human shields. It seems.
Harley, tell them to fucking roll bounce if they don't want to play the game.
You either want to be in the group or you don't, Eldith.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm just an observation.
We staved you. Alright?
I understand.
All right. May the gods be with you.
Okay.
On you and all that.
It's cool. I'll rest and then I'll take a shift and study my notes.
Yeah, cleric stuff.
In the middle of the night, you notice that there's some. Let me see who's on guard at the moment. Some time passes. And how many people do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. We'll say. In the middle of the night, so Ront is on guard.
Oh, great.
And who owns Ront?
I do.
So Orion, in the middle of the night, hears some shuffling around in the middle of the night. You kind of wake up, and you feel something amiss.
I feel what?
You feel that something's amiss, like something's not right. You wake up in kind of a cold sweat in the middle of the night.
You have a thirsty dirt.
Not again. I'm gonna do the first. I'm gonna like prop myself up on an elbow and look around. So I'm gonna get a perception check. No way.
What you thinking about?
Go ahead, make a
Well,
perception check.
Unfortunately, 13.
So as you kind of look around, you notice that nobody is standing guard.
Like you're on.
Alright, so I stand up and I look around and let's see. What do I have? I have Buffedo. I'm gonna nudge Buffedo.
Buffedo kind of says, what is it, my lord?
Hey, you got dark vision. If you can find that little fucking orc, tell me where he is.
The orc, sir?
Yeah, do you see Ront?
I don't see anybody around in the area, my lord.
Ah, hell. You don't 20 feet dark vision, so in that 120 feet, he doesn't see shit.
He's still kind of sitting up, like he hasn't really gotten up and walked around yet. He's just kind of looking around, like he just doesn't really see anybody standing up or walking around anywhere.
Look, Bob. I'm gonna need you to just get up for a second and take a quick look, right?
Sure thing, my lord, sure.
Where's the fucking orc?
So as you guys start walking around the outer perimeter of the camp, you step in something wet and squishy.
Ew, Ron anticipated.
You hear a...
I think I stepped in wrong.
Buffedo looks down and says, "My God, my lord!" and kind of points and stumbles backwards with his mouth agape. And as you look down, you see
the body of Ront cut open with his organs arranged around his body in almost a ritualistic type fashion.
So, if I look at this slain Ront and his bowels all over him, look around and go, well, shit, that can't be good. I'll walk back over to camp and I like nudge Arlie. Hey, dude. I think I nudged you with the foot that I just stepped in wrong with. So, sorry. There's two. Rontwood is dead.
Wait, say that again?
Ront seems to have met a rather unfortunate end. However,
Aubrey,
his
$10.
Hold on. So it would normally be good, right? But his intestines are like arrayed around him in a ritualistic type manner, which kind of gives me the heebie-jeebies.
Yeah, you saw the organs were kind of like lined up and like positioned and. Like,
I'm gonna like hobble my way
shape.
over to where he is, his body is, and I'm gonna do a religion check.
Do I have that? I have that one.
Sweet. So I pretty much know everything about what they did, apparently, because I rolled a natural 20.
So you recognize the way the distinct pattern that the different organs of the orc are arranged around the body represent some ritualistic sacrifices that have been made in the past to a god called Din Karzan, or Karzan. Din Karzan.
Interesting. And what do I know about Din Karazan?
Just that he's secretly, or not secretly, but he's the Darrow god.
Darrow god?
Yes, he's like basically an avatar of murder that is basically kind of like a god of murder for the most part. Murder.
Alright, so I kind of, like, with my boots, I just, like, scuff up everything and, like, kick his remains and scatter them so that they're not making that pattern anymore. And then I kind of, not nudge, like, we head back to the circle, and I explain to everybody, I kind of wake everybody up. Hey, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. And I'm like, all right, good news first. Ront is dead. All right.
Stool hops up and down and goes, hooray, hooray!
Yeah. And there was much rejoicing. And then I'm like, all right, bad news though. Whoever killed him, they arranged his stuff, his nest, in a pattern that was kind of an homage to this murder god.
Bupperdin says, Din Karzan.
Yeah, that's what I said.
But that's the supposedly the god that created my kind.
Say that again?
That's supposedly the god that created our kind, the Darrow.
Oh, really?
Why would somebody arrange the organs in such a fashion?
So I kind of like. Did I give any sort of like secret signals to like Braxton and Aryan?
Like what?
Like kind of a like. Grab him.
So you kind of look over at Braxton and who else? And Orion?
Yeah, and Aryan just kind of like.
You kind of look at him and you
like,
give him the
that's
eyebrows.
The
They're kind of like. You kind of look at him, look at them, do the eyes flickering back and forth.
Right. I'm like, oh, like looking at them.
They
I'm
get
like,
the
oh,
hint.
That's very interesting.
They get the hint.
Okay.
So I'm 7 feet tall. So I'll just. What is he? He's a dark elf, right?
No, he's
No,
he's a Darrow.
He's basically an underground version of a hobbit.
Oh. Yeah. So I'm 7 feet tall. I'll just walk over and like look at him and smack him on the head.
Ah, my lord, what?
What did you do?
You think that I did this? That I could be capable of such a thing? It's true that my people, they worship Din Karazhan, but I'm not like them. Have I not helped you thus far?
Who's in the question right now?
Why would I kill now?
Our little dark hobbit friend. Well,
It
there's
doesn't
no
make sense, my
no
lord.
one's questioning why you would kill him. We all wanted it.
This is obviously whatever the suspected killer would want.
Yes.
So I'm gonna put my hand on top of his head, and I'm gonna make a not perception. Come on, what was that?
What, an intimidation check?
No, I'm not gonna intimidate. If I wanted to intimidate him, I could pick him up.
I was going to say, well, you already hit him, so...
Can't.
Right.
It's an insight check. It's like wisdom or intelligence or something to see if he's like lying or telling the truth or whatever.
Yeah.
No, I'm gonna do persuasion because I'm proficient in persuasion.
I'm proficient in insight.
Okay.
I got a 15.
Yeah, you beat me. Fucking dice, Kason.
As you grab,
Well, to be fair, I rolled a 1 first, but I have lucky, so...
as you grab Bopado's head, his eyes kind of roll into the back of his head, and in a much deeper voice than what you've heard him speak before, he says, "You dare touch a god." And he pulls out his, he unsheathes like one of his daggers, and it appears to be it's like a little hooked short spear. And he just swings blindly and just kind of swipes the air in front of him.
So,
Are you in front of him, Arlie?
Yeah, that would be me.
Is he trying to hit him?
since I have a hold of his head, can I do like a spell in reaction to it?
Sure.
Okay, I'm gonna do Shocking Grasp since I already have a hold of the little bastard.
Nice. Basically, he's doing electroshock therapy. He's gonna shock out the demon.
I saw this in a movie once.
Yeah, right. Alright, I shocked him for 5, so a little bit of a twinge.
So, as you're holding onto the top of his head, and his eyes are rolling back to the head, and he's speaking in this kind of guttural voice, he starts going livid as all of a sudden little blue streaks of lightning start coursing through his body, and he starts pulsing a little bit. And he takes, 5 damage, you said?
Yeah.
Bopado says, kind of throws himself backwards and uses it, basically slips out of your grasp as he jumps back. Go ahead and make a strength check.
Strength?
Yes.
Oh, hell. $15.
He seems to have acquired some, whether through its adrenaline or some inhuman power, basically just rips out from your grasp and stumbles backwards and pulls out a second short hook spear and said,
"More sacrifices to the Darrow god."
I cast Sacred Flame.
At this point, before you'd be able to do that, go ahead and roll initiative.
Of course.
Balls! Balls!
Team.
Shut up!
not good rolls for my NPCs though.
We all had good rolls on this.
Don't worry about the NPCs.
Oh, okay.
Then I got 21.
21 for Braxton. What'd you get? Harley?
I got an 8.
No, take the highest one.
Yeah, that's what I did.
Braxton, you're obviously first.
Fuck.
What did you roll, Harley?
Highest damage producing spell. Alright, so as I look at everybody, I'm like, are we gonna kill him or are we gonna run?
I feel like we need to kill him.
I think we should not kill him, and we should try to get more answers out of the son of a bitch. So let's try to castate.
As a cleric, I feel like I would know that someone that's being possessed, someone whose body is being, possessed by a deity. I mean, they're still immortal, so they can still be harmed. They can still be like knocked unconscious and tied up for a certain amount of time. So we should definitely try to harm him right now.
Which one is this? Like, what's his little number or letter identifier?
He's
Buff. The little Darrow guy.
Oh, it's mine?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Buck.
Shit, you might lose both the NPCs.
Well,
How heavy is Bub?
He's a half.
He's what?
He was. Braxton was asking how heavy he is. I said he's a halfling. So
He is. He's pretty small. He's pretty light. The background of the Darrow. They're kind of like smaller versions of dwarves. They're usually cruel and insane, and they take delight in tormenting others, and even their own kind.
Underdark.
They're little crazy fuckers.
Got it.
no, the Underdark dwarves are Duragars, but he's like an Underdark halfling.
Yeah, he's smaller
yeah,
than
I'll
a
give it a
Durgar.
heads up. He's got resistance to magic, so take that into consideration.
Yeah,
Shit.
that's always.
Alright. Well.
He actually
shit,
doesn't have
I
any
guess
resistance to magic. Oh yeah, he does. You're right. Sorry.
I will cast. Okay. I guess I'll cast Grease in Bub's square.
You're just gonna throw some grease at him.
Well, I can't throw it on him. I can only affect an area that he's standing in.
Okay, so you guys found Ron's body over in this area. Buckwitto was kind of backed up into the corner. Orion had a hold of his head. Harley was questioning him. Everybody else is kind of in the area. And you're casting grease where?
In his square.
What's the surface area that it covers?
10, so it should take up that whole square.
Okay.
And then he has to make a dex, so
A dex save?
mm-hmm.
Is this, so this is considered a magical effect, so he's going to have advantage on it?
It's not magical. It's just, there's just grease on the floor.
Oops, sorry? Say again?
It's just grease on the floor. Like, I'm not targeting him with magic. I targeted the floor with magic.
Okay. Dex 14, his dex modifier is 16?
He is good initially.
So this grease just kind of slicks the floor right in front of him all of a sudden, and he kind of slides backwards a little bit, but he's still on his feet.
Can you choose?
But he's still in the AO. Like, he doesn't get to move in reaction to what I did. So I keep pointing out my screen and trying to touch it like it's a fucking touch screen. So this is the area that it encompasses. He just doesn't initially fall down. If he so on his next turn,
He's got to make another.
he has to make another one. Anytime he attempts to move,
Okay,
he has to do it.
sure.
Yeah, now none of us can get to it either.
Right.
Yeah, he can't.
Orion, I think it's your turn.
Range attack his ass.
I thought it was Arlie's turn.
What did you
Yeah,
roll?
I actually rolled better than Arian.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. I had the A names written down backwards.
Well, so when I move into the area, do I have to do the dex saving throw?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I don't want to do that because I have -1 to dex, so I pretty much can do nothing.
You don't have a crossbow?
I do, but I don't want to kill him. I just want to incapacitate him.
Well,
You can.
when you
can
attack
that.
somebody, you don't necessarily kill them when you
Okay,
get their
well,
hit
I
points to
did.
zero.
I rolled a crit with the crossbow.
That's
Okay,
fine.
so that's a
That's
hit.
fine. All you gotta do is say that when you hit him, you don't want to kill him. You just want to
Right.
incapacitate him. So you shoot him in the fucking leg, and he can't move.
Yeah.
You can do it on any hit roll.
Yeah, you don't have to kill somebody when you reduce their hit points to 0.
So he does 6.
Dang, that's a badass crit.
Yeah, thanks.
So he takes a crossbow bolt to the leg and he kind of drops down to a knee, and he looks up at you and just snarls and just goes, "You die first."
Bring it.
And now it's Orion's turn.
Alright.
Set him on fire.
Well, I don't want to torch the bastard. I mean, I kind of want to torch the bastard. Alright.
Mother of pearl.
Miss.
Bummer.
You don't know that. A 9 could be a hit.
No, it's not.
He has Boopadoop stats.
Oh, shitty.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, 9's not going to hit.
Nope.
Alright, so Boopado is going to run forward towards Arlie as he sees him as the holy person in the group.
Sweet. Roll your save, Chief.
And he says,
You will make the best sacrifice for me, the Darrow god Dinkarazan. You will be mine. Your soul belongs to me.
and he runs forward, and he totally falls on his ass.
Nice.
Slips on that grease and just,
He does like the Scooby-Doo.
yeah, he rolled a 3, so he just flat out just smacks down the ground. He is prone.
But he's still shit talking from his back though.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, fuck yeah. He's pulling like the Exorcist.
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah.
Alright. I'm going to hit him.
Poor Ron.
Who's on the? Oh, you're on the opposite side of him. Ari.
Yeah, he was holding his head earlier, and then he slipped out from him.
Alright, well, I guess I will utilize my hand crossbow. Um, 14.
Yeah, so are you trying to kill him or just incapacitate him?
I was trying to incapacitate him.
Yeah, so you fire this bolt like into his shoulder and just basically pin him to the ground, and he just passes out,
Nice.
lying in a puddle of grease.
Right on. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the rest of my action to get my quarterstaff, and I'm going to fish him out.
His body kind of slides across the grease, so he's like,
And then
So,
anybody
So
that
after
has
you-
some rope and stuff.
after you get the bastard out of the grease, I'm gonna take the rope that I've got on the side of my Dungeoneer's hat, tie him up, like hog tie him.
okay, Buppado is tied up.
Sweet.
Eldith comes around, hearing the commotion in the night. It says, "Oi, what's happening?"
Wow.
You make us a sandwich.
I kind of fill her in on the situation while I retrieve my crossbow bolt from Upadoo's leg,
Same.
and I hand Braxton his crossbow bolt, and then I go ahead and patch him up because I'm still a godly halfling, and I get 22 for my medicine check. I don't know if that's what it would be, but
What are you trying to do?
I'm just kind of patching him up so he doesn't bleed out.
Okay, you successfully patch him up.
Sweet.
He's not gonna die.
Sweet.
He's stabilized.
And then I slap him across the fucking face as hard as I can to wake him up.
His head kind of moves off to the side, and he kind of slowly flutters his eyelids and looks up and says,
Why am I restrained? What's happening? Why does my body ache so?
Let me tell you why. You just channeled your murder god.
his eyes roll to the back of his head, and he says,
I am the murder god.
All right. Well,
Now's your chance to question, Maureen,
he
because
says,
You
Yep.
pathetic whelps. You can't possibly hope to restrain me.
and he kind of starts struggling.
so I pull out my holy relic and I kind of place it on his forehead. Not that I think that's really going to do any good, but it just makes me feel nice.
So, hold on. I'm going to assume my false identity, because that's part of my character's background, being a charlatan. And I'm going to speak to him as Zindrain Foulwing, who's a cultist. And I'm going to roll and see if this works out.
So you're making a deception check?
that's some good information there.
Boom, right?
I was like, not necessarily for like the cultist name, but like you really pulled that name out of nowhere. Like, thin ass.
Damn it!
Boy, you're doing real well.
Were you trying to make a deception check?
I was.
Would you roll a 7?
Harley.
Yeah.
That's with your modifier?
What? So,
Unfortunately,
He looks
that's
up
with
to you and
proficiency and modifier.
he looks up to you and says,
You're not one of mine.
and
whatever.
kind of spits at your feet.
So what's gonna happen? Well, I want to know first from Harley is if you know everything about this god stuff. Like, what are they afraid of?
That's what I'm about to ask the DM. Since earlier I rolled and pretty much know everything about Cursor
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like, except his name, which isn't keeping with my guy's thing, because I've never been very good with rites and scriptures and names and all that.
So you recall that his name is Din Karazhan, and he's basically what the Darrow believe is the god that created them. However, the Darrow believe that they were created by their god, but their actual creation is a result of an experiment that was conducted by on dwarves by mind flayers, also known as illithids. So that they actually created these creatures as like an experiment, but they're kind of insane and they're like kind of born into madness.
Good. So it's their murder god.
Yeah, what they perceive as their murder god.
So are they afraid of anything? Oh.
I mean, he's a god of murder, so probably not.
Yeah, mostly sunlight, just the typical Underdark kind of stuff. They have specific ritualized killings that they do as offerings to their god.
Well, so
I'm just asking him, like, what the fuck do you want?
what does the god look like? Does it look like a mind flayer?
Right now, it looks like Boopadoo.
Yeah, right now it looks like Geppetto. About that time, Sereth walks up and says, "This Darrow is clearly insane. If this was actually truly an incarnation of some kind of god, mere rope wouldn't hold him."
All right, so hey, Sereth, like, do we think that this guy's important to anything? Like, or is he just fucking batshit crazy and he's just fucking torture and leave him?
I think he's a liability.
I'm gonna do a they call that a insight check for that dude. And
Yeah.
I got
Do an insight check versus my religion check / I know a lot about possessions.
What are you trying to determine?
I'm just trying to see if I still think Sereth's a shady character. So for insight, I got a 15.
As far as you can tell, Sereth basically just doesn't give a shit about this. He doesn't believe for a second that this is a god if he's held up by ropes. You find him to be truthful.
Well,
He's not trying to deceive you in any way from what you can perceive.
what kind of check do you want me to do to see if I can, like, if I wanted to see if I could tell if he was actually possessed, what kind of check would I do?
Do a religion check.
I'm gonna beat you.
I critted just then.
I'm still gonna beat you.
What?
What did you get?
Well, at 24.
Ah,
Excuse me, 23.
I got a 23 as well
Well,
for religion.
well, I'm also a cleric, so
I'm a smarty. I read a lot.
okay. So, do I think that he's actually possessed, or am I just?
So after examining the Darrow, kind of looking up and down and running various tests, you recite various holy scriptures that would be against that type of dark god that they would worship. And while he screams and resists and everything, you don't notice anything out of the ordinary or anything supernatural about him.
Slips through.
All right.
Sereth mentions, "You see, sir, it's just as I said before. He's clearly insane. The whole Underdark seems to be consumed in some sort of madness. Your friend earlier was eating dirt, for God's sake."
I take my mace and I just smash it down on his head.
You cave his skull in.
You clubbed him.
Buppido head just kind of collapses in on itself. And
Yeah,
he's dead.
like a watermelon.
Buppido is dead.
All right.
And then
Question.
I calmly untie his hands and feet out of the hog-tied thing and bundle up the rope and hand it back to Arya, and that's taken care of.
So you hand this rope back to Arian, and it's covered in like bloody chunks. There's like some brain stuck all over it.
Perfect.
Good thing it goes on the outside of my backpack.
Yeah, they're pretty dirty.
Since we got all of our shit back, do they have anything cool on them?
Buppido just has he has those those hooked short spears. He has some a book on him that you find, but it's written in some sort of language you don't that you've never seen before.
No, you ever seen them? They're like pikes that got like things on, like like whaling
They're
spears.
like little
now.
handheld sickles.
Oh, I got it. Okay.
Is there anything of importance in the book? Open it up and do like a check on it, like a research check.
Go ahead and roll. Add your intelligence.
So is it like an arcane check or just a straight intelligence check?
Just make an intelligence check.
15.
15. You see a bunch of different scripture in here. There's little diagrams of what it looks like. It looks like ritualistic placements of the organs. It looks kind of similar to what is done to Ront over there before you guys kind of dispersed. It's kind of like, it appears to be like a how-to, but it's all written in a scripture that's in a language you don't understand.
Cool. infernal?
Not from what you can decipher.
Sweet.
It looks like it's probably in the Darrow native tongue.
Alright. Sweetness. Well, since we're doing who has what on them, I'm going to ask Sereth if I can have some of his poison crossbows.
Sereth opens up his pouch, and he says, "I only got a few. I only have a few bolts left, but you can have." He pulls out a bottle and says, "I can apply a little bit of the poison to some of your bolts."
Cool.
Just
so
dip
I
them
will
in this bottle.
exchange 5 crossbow bolts to just give him, and then however many he can dip for me is cool.
You want him to dip 5 bolts, or you want to see how many he can dip?
No, he could say he didn't have a whole lot, so I'm going to give him 5 of mine.
Oh, okay.
Have, and then however
exchange?
many he dips for me, I'll just note it.
Okay. How many bolts do you have?
Well, now I have 15.
He's able to tip all of them in drow poison. And drow poison's a little bit different. So here's the stat for it. This poison is typically made only by the drow. A creature subjected to this poison must succeed in a DC 13 Constitution saving throw.
Yeah, is it the same stuff that's on his character sheet? Like they have to, if they fail by more than 5, then they're unconscious.
Probably.
Alright.
Yeah, DC 13 Constitution saving throw, or be poisoned for an hour. If the saving throw fails by 5 or more, the creature is also unconscious while poisoned. If the creature wakes up,
yeah.
So yeah, you got some drow poison on your shit.
All right. So we go back to taking our long rest.
All right. So you guys rest and kind of recharge. And everybody starts to stir in the morning. And you guys are awake now.
All right.
You are rested.
Well, looks like we didn't get caught up by drow last night, but we did vote a couple people off the island. So
yeah, let's go ahead and remove that guy.
So we just decided to keep heading in the direction that we were heading before, I guess, towards the Black Lake.
All right.
Focused on this path.
Say again.
Which one put us on this path?
Toadstool.
Stool and Bupado at the same time.
Oh, great.
Sereth seemed hesitant to this path at first. Sereth comes up now and says, the path continues on. All of these paths, they lead to the Dark Lake. The Dark Lake can lead into any of these major towns. But as I mentioned earlier, Sloopdabop is probably the fastest, is the closest town, and we can travel much faster across the Dark Lake than going around if we acquire one of their boats.
How fucking badass that picture is.
Nice.
What is that?
I don't know. Let me read it to you. It's
Oh, Tom. So
it's Belial, or Farina, the Lord of the Fourth.
So that there's one of like the local gaming shops that's like down the street from here at Fort Knox. So like I've been buying like those booster packs of minis just for the hell of it because they're pretty cheap for what you get. You're a human wizard, right?
Yeah.
What does your dude look like?
I don't know. Pretty Aryan, I suppose.
'Cause I got this guy.
Yep, that's him. There.
It's just a bald human wizard with a badass beard. I was like, hey, there's Tom's dude.
There's Voldemort. Ah, shit, that's what I should have named my dude. Voldemort. No. Damn it.
Right.
Hey, how do you spell that name? of that critter.
Which one?
I don't know, whatever one we just killed.
Oh, the Darrow. It's Derro. I don't think it's in the monster manual, but it is broken down in the Out of the Abyss book in the appendix. That's where I got the stats for it from. The actual stat block is right here for him. This kind of gives the history behind him and everything. They got a pretty jacked up history. But this is in this book. Right, before we go on, do you guys want to take a quick break real quick?
Sure.
I'm going to grab another drink and take a pee-pee.
No, I don't know if I showed you this book case, but it's the Book of Wild Darkness.
Nice.
Oh, at that,
So-
that gaming store? I found these for $5. Like the old advanced D&D books.
Now, were those like new or were they just like a bargain bin?
They're like in the old, like the used section.
Nice. Hey, do they have one of those around here?
Yes, it's called Firefly. It's over in Lexington. That place is awesome.
And they have like a used section? I'm just looking for some like material to look at.
They got a whole bunch of stuff in there. I haven't been. I only went there once. But they probably got. Yeah, they had like a whole bunch of used minis and stuff. I would guess that they have, old used guides and stuff.
I don't know.
But yeah, it's called Firefly.
I don't know.
I'm probably gonna go check it out whenever I get back.
What was the name of that creature? Hey, look
Darrow.
back. No, the name of the god that he was.
Oh, I don't know.
He's something.
Was it the Demo Gore something?
That doesn't sound quite right.
Look at this picture. No, let's see it. Some chick, she's got like some dude like yoked up by his face. She's got like arms.
It's jacked up. Yeah, I've been looking at a lot of the older stuff just for like inspiration on like different maps and stuff like that. Just different areas. Which this one of these books I actually got from like advanced D&D. It comes with like a huge map. Like this one area. One of the big fold-out ones. They were like $5.
Nice.
All right. So you guys move on, leaving behind Ront, cut open, body kind of displayed all over the place. The Darrow clearly was insane. You gotta get the feeling at this point between the different events and the goings on that some sort of madness is kind of overtaking the Underdark. So you guys have been traveling. What kind of pace are you guys moving at now?
Still just normal, I would say, probably.
Okay. Seraph does mention that encounter with the skeletons. That is bound to slow us down a little bit. The drow can't be too far behind.
Probably right.
And he keeps eyeing the little mushroom guy's stool, carrying his bucket. Every so often, you kind of notice that he keeps giving him an eyeing glance.
You don't worry about him. He's doing just fine.
Oh, I'm sure he's fine. This way, my lord. And you guys continue your journey down the path. as you guys are walking through the trails, it's been a couple days. You guys are traveling pretty steadily. You haven't had too many encounters outside of what you've already faced. It's been relatively quiet since the event with Bopido. As you guys are traveling through some of the tunnels, a lot more of the same. It's very disorienting down there, with just nothing, absolute blackness down there. The only thing that you really come across are different stalactites, stalagmites hanging from the ground and the ceiling, and the occasional a luminescent area from those different fungi. Eldith walks up next to Arlie, and she says,
Tell me, my lord, you mentioned earlier in the slave pen that you were traveling to Gontegrin to meet somebody.
Did I say that? I may have said something sort of like that.
Well, being from there, it's quite possible that I might know them.
You ever made a dwarven shield lass named Marista?
Marista? Well, we've known each other's families for generations. We served together in the great battle against the orc armies.
Well, small underworld.
If we ever make it up to the surface, perhaps we can meet up together with her.
Let's not get carried away. Let's just take it one day at a time.
Well, King Bruno will be honored to have you.
Oh, would he now?
Absolutely. To free one of us from the clutches of those dirty drow. You would be honored in King Bruno's hall. You'd be welcomed with open arms. Marista is bound to be proud.
Well, who could turn down a hero's welcome? But let's just take it one day at a time.
When's the last time you were able to see her?
Looks like it was years ago.
Aye. Perhaps in the days of Mithril Hall?
That sounds about right.
Aye.
So in a couple more days go by, and you guys are traveling down the tunnels. And as you're walking along, Sereth starts eyeing Orion. Orion, you kind of get the distinct feeling that Sereth has been kind of watching you over the past day or two.
He's eyeballing you.
What's Sereth?
You eyeballing me, boy?
Excuse me, my lord?
What is Sereth?
He's a drow.
Oh, he's a drow.
Mm-hmm. He was one of the ones that supposedly went crazy and killed a bunch of his fellow warriors, and that he was put in the slave pen.
All right.
He's been guarding the party for the most part to the dark light.
Oh boy. Let's see. Let's see what stat I need. I'm gonna do an intimidation. I'm gonna throw for intimidation and see if I can figure out why he's eyeballing me.
Okay, so what do you do?
What do I do?
What do you say to him to intimidate him?
I spin around, or not spin, because I'm not.
You're like a ballerina?
Your tail just whacks everybody in the party as you're walking
Really
along.
Yeah, right. That's what fucking dragon spins around. No. I turn around and put my large taloned hand around his neck. And damn it. 13. Are you kidding me, Kason?
Sorry.
You really cursed your brother. 13 will do, though.
Okay.
So,
Look, have you been eyeballing me these last couple days, or what? What's going
Eyeballing me, boy.
he calmly looks you in the eye while you're holding him in his neck and kind of says through his teeth, he's obviously not pleased at, for some of his drow heritage, having one of the dragonborn touch him, one of the unwanted of what he thinks to be the honor of the dragons, and he says, "Nothing. You remind me of a village that we raided not too long ago."
A village?
Yes, a village. We've raided many villages, and there was a few that a couple times that we raided went on our journeys to the surface world that held your kind. Most of them we just slaughtered, but there's a bunch we dragged back to Menzoberran's, and you look like them.
So you have Dragonborn and Marins in this head.
We have many people in Menzoberran's, and they work as slaves. They're less than any of us. They lick our boots.
You keep talking like this, little one, I will have you licking my talons.
He just pokes out his eyes.
Are we on the road? Are we going to that village or town or whatever?
Menzoberran's? Right now you guys are on the path towards the Dark Lake.
Okay.
Which that is one of the many of the towns, and like Menzoberran's being one of them, from what Sereth has told you earlier, is one of the Menzoberran's is kind of like the capital city of the drow, and basically control most of the Underdark. But many of these huge towns, like Gracklsaw, which is the capital of the Duragar, and Slupdabop is off of Dark Lake. The Dark Lake is basically this huge lake that's kind of in the middle, and you can reach a whole bunch of different places from the Dark Lake if you can find a way to traverse the water.
Well, I lean in I'm still holding him by the neck, and I say, lean in real close, and I say, well, we'll see who's play finish this little journey of ours. And then I toss him away, turn around, and keep walking.
Kind of gives you a disgusted look and resumes his watch.
I look over and down at little Harley, giving him this little notion of, I'm going to kill him.
Good. I kind of like lean over to him, and like I'm up on tiptoes, and I'm like, it's good because I made a promise to the mushroom.
So as you guys are journeying through, about another day is almost past, and you guys pass through another one of those areas that Sereth has identified as a Fairsris. There's that eerie, soft glow in the area, and you noticed in this area there's fist-sized chunks of quartz that shed a dim light in about a 10-foot radius.
What do you guys think? Should we stop here, or go ahead and move on so nobody else goes crazy?
How long have we been walking?
You've been walking for about 6 days, from what you can determine due to your rest cycles, but it's hard to tell time without either the stars or being able to see the sun and moon cycle.
Yeah. Alright. Do we have any idea how long we've been moving since our last rest?
You guys have periodically stopped about once a day.
Okay. Let's look around feel like that's a good idea.
All right.
I'm gonna do perception.
What do I perceive with a 12?
Mother of!
My passive perception is 14. Let's just use that.
So you guys see, as you look around and you're looking at the soft glow, different from the normal glow that you've seen in the past few fairs risks that you've passed through. This place contains different crystal clusters that seem to be growing on top of the rock and the different stalactites in the wall, almost like as if you would find like copper or any other kind of ore that you would normally mine, but they're crystals. But they seem to contain some sort of light that lights up a 10-foot radius around it.
I do like a nature check and see if I know anything about it.
Basically, from what you can, go ahead and roll.
Nope, I don't know a thing about it.
Yeah, they look like crystals with some light in it.
Sweet. I try to break one off and put it in my pocket.
Yep.
You are able to do that. It
Sweet.
kind of snaps off the rock off to the side, and you're able to slip it. It's a fist-sized chunk, so you're able to fit maybe 2 at most in one pocket, depending on if you're wearing skinny jeans or not.
Yeah.
If you're wearing some woodies.
Right. That's exactly what I was thinking.
So I'm gonna break off one, and I'm gonna keep it in my hand, kind of like a flashlight.
Yeah, I've got 2 fish-sized crystal chunks, and I just put them in my bag.
Sarith goes to, grabs one. He puts one in his pocket, and then Jim Jar walks up and says, "I bet you can't smash one of these rocks. I bet
Hold
you
on.
a gold that you can't."
Hold on now. That sounds like a.
Yeah, say that again?
I bet you it's not a trap. I bet you 3 gold it's not a trap.
What's that, Jim? You bet we can't do what we just did?
No, I bet you can't smash these rocks. What happens if we break them open?
Okay, yep. Gotta do it.
Why would we,
So-
hold on now. Why would you want to break it open?
Nope. I can't do it, Case. So I pull 3 gold out of my purse. I set down the rock that I've already broken off. I break another one off, and I go, okay, here we go.
Jim Jar pulls out his gold and sets it on the rock.
Yep. And I smash it between my talons.
As you smash it, a blinding light erupts in a 10-foot radius and just temporarily blinds everybody in the immediate vicinity for a few seconds. Make a Constitution saving throw.
Shit.
Who has to do one?
Everybody that's around right now, which was Arlie because you were talking to him.
I got 14.
Okay.
Oh, 18. Suck it, dudes.
Okay, so you're all fine. Like the light, you guys kind of realize that as you break this open, a bright flash of light, kind of like a flashbang, erupts from this rock as it shatters, and Jim Jar is just like blinded. He's like, my eyes, and he's kind of wandering around, touching the walls. And after about a minute, after about a minute, he starts rubbing his eyes and says, I guess you win, my lord. I guess that's you. And you earn 6 gold. Well, 3 gold from Jim Jar, but you win the pot.
So after breaking the rock, I can form a backpack.
All right.
Cool.
All right. So
Never know.
as you guys,
Flashbang.
yeah, as you guys continue on, about another day passes or so, and you come to what appears you see an eerie light emanating from the end of the tunnel.
Made it. We're out.
It's an eerie light, though.
Eerie light.
not a sunlight.
Let's go towards it.
So as you guys approach, the cavern kind of, it looks like you kind of walk out of this cave, and you appear to be in this immense cavern. It's this huge, large area that contains this massive subterranean body of water. It looks like, from as far as you can see out, just pitch blackness across the water. You can't see very far, but it looks like there's all kinds of different stalactites and stalagmites that are connected. And it looks like there's different passages and tunnels. And there's a soft glow that kind of seems to be emanating from the lake. And the glow kind of moves around as if the whatever fish may be in there may be luminescent.
Cool, so where are we trying to go now?
Sarah walks up and says, "This is the Dark Lake."
Sweet. Where's the
Enjoy. But where are we trying to go?
Thank you, Captain Obvious.
Well, about a day's travel to the east from here should be Sloopdabop, where we can acquire maybe a boat. We could try to take the long way around, but if we can, traverse the water now, we could make it in half that time. Although we've been traveling pretty hard, it may make sense to make camp for the night and press on in the morning.
Let's see if we can try to make it to Slippy Slop.
Have we found a boat?
You can look along the shore and see if you see anything.
Okay, that's what we're trying to go to Slippy Slop for, is to get a boat.
How far away from said the spot are we?
You're about a day and a half from what Sareth can determine from Sloopdabop.
22.
However, he says that you can make it in about half that time if we can fashion some sort of craft to traverse the water.
So with the 22, there's no boat, there's no life raft.
There's nothing immediately already built amongst the shore, but there is different fungi that are growing in the area. Among which,
how big is the lake?
The lake is like, as far as you can see, like all you can see is pitch blackness. After a certain amount of feet in front of you, it looks like the lake just keeps going on and on.
Wow. So I would say that we need to rest. We've got another day and a half worth.
Topsy
We just rested in the thing.
It's been about almost a day and a half. You guys were ever since you came across the crystal cavern. It's been about a day,
Oh.
and you're nearing the point of exhaustion at this point.
Where's Saladar at? Whatever the fuck name is.
Sareth? He's over in the corner right now, and he's kind of crouched down at the ground, just staring at one of the cavern walls, like just kind of hugging his knees.
Want to go up to him and do the friendly things? What's up, buddy? You okay?
He doesn't seem to respond.
Listen, dickhead.
Hey, buddy. Listen, asshole.
Yeah. I tried to be polite to you. What's your deal?
There's like a long pause. It starts to get kind of awkward for a minute. And he looks up at you. And he starts like kind of pulling at his face a little bit. And just starts talking about a bunch of gibberish nonsense and starts mentioning the spiders, they're pouring out from me. And then, like, he starts like kind of clawing at his face a little bit. And he starts getting a little more aggressive over time, and he just basically starts scratching himself all over, drawing blood.
Damn it, not this again.
I'm going to choose to let this continue. I want to see where this goes.
So Sareth is kind of huddled over in the corner, basically clawing at himself, falls down to the ground on his side, and is just hugging himself, shivering. And
Jim Jar kind of walks up and says, "I bet you gold that dude's completely mad."
Well, you win that bet, I think.
Get the fuck away from me, dude. I'm not betting you anything.
I bet you gold that you will bet me something by the end of this trip.
Very, very well. So there's like a pond or something right there. I'm gonna throw Sarah in the fucking water.
In the lake? In the Black Lake?
Yeah,
Perfect.
that's what's gonna happen.
So,
If it doesn't wake him up, then he'll drown. And
so you're gonna pick up Sereth and just like drag him over the lake and toss him in.
Yes.
All right,
maybe he'll
so
get by a fucking fish.
he's kind of like in like a just kind of like frozen into like a docile position where he's just like staring off into the darkness as you drag him over to the lake and you toss him in.
And then he sinks like the mummy. In the last scene of the mummy, when he's like sinking in the water, he's like, "Death is only the beginning."
Yes, so he crashes into the water, and he does start to sink down, and it's much like the scene from the mummy, except he doesn't say anything, and a bunch of bubbles kind of block. You just see a bunch of air bubbles kind of bubble up near the surface.
Sorry, Sarah. Fucking died, bro. My stuff.
I turned to Toadstool and I'm like, "We good?"
He kind of clutches his poop bucket, and it's just like, "Murder!"
Yeah.
A couple moments pass by, and Sereth pops out of the water, rubbing his face and like coughing up water, and just basically vomiting up a whole bunch of water that he inhaled and swallowed while he was in the lake.
So I turned to Sarah and I'm like, "You okay, buddy?"
Maybe next time, Toadstool.
And he looks at you, demanding, with a very demanding look on his face. "What's the meaning of this? Why am I in this lake?"
So we tell him everything that happened.
Yeah, we fill him in on his face scratching situation.
That's nonsense. I clearly got these wounds from rocks that went from when you tossed me into this lake.
Whatever.
Why would I
as you
tear up
said,
my own flesh? You make no
This is
sense,
my-
surface dweller.
I'm gonna tell him. I'm gonna perform medicine. I got a knife, and I'm gonna patch his face up. 'Cause I'm a nice guy.
Is anybody good at like Arcana checks or anything like that? Maybe we can see if this is like the poltergeist. Right?
If you guys give me a second, I need like 10 minutes so I can cast as a ritual. I can do detect magic. So I don't use up a spell slot.
Could we just say we waited 10 minutes?
We did. We definitely waited approximately 10 minutes.
Yeah. So, Topsy and Turvy walk up as you're discussing this and say, if your wizard is casting a spell, perhaps we do just set up camp for the night here. I feel like the moon is coming on, and this may be a good point to rest before we traverse the lake. It can get pretty dangerous. The merchants are the only ones that seem to travel the lake these days, and they travel well armed.
I'm going to go ahead and accept what these weirdo twins are saying. So,
Cam and Jason were the twins. I'd be doing this right now. Like, yeah.
yeah. Cool.
They appear to be very nervous.
Yeah, so as
What
he's
does detect magic do?
And they keep giving each other knowing glances.
I just help them kind of set up camp real quick.
Okay.
Away from the water.
Away from the water.
Okay.
I don't
So
want
while you guys are
crack.
setting up camp, Braxton is casting this spell.
You're not doing your ritual cast.
What was the spell you were prepping?
It's a totem. Detect magic.
And you're casting that on Sereth?
I think I can just.
You can just cast it in the general area.
Oh, just in the general vicinity? So as you cast it, give me 1 second.
I was going to do something, but it keeps diverting me to other sections. See chapters such and such to do this. It's like, well, why don't you just tell me here? That's what I want to do.
I want you to flip pages.
Oh, there it is. Okay, chapter 3.
If you says do something cool.
Nice.
Hold on, things are about to get weird.
Uh-oh. Real weird.
Mhm.
This is what happens.
You scoundrel!
No, no. Hold on. Even better.
Oh, I see.
Hold on.
Yeah.
There we go. Finger in the poop.
What are you finding up there, buddy?
And then it makes them smell it.
Wow.
Shit just got real.
It's a weird relationship they have there.
I'm sure I should. Hold on.
So basically, Mickey is like Jake.
Yes. Why do I sound like Darth Vader on the Reaper?
So as you cast Detect Magic,
Yep.
a light illuminates from your hand, and a wild magic surge seems to burst forth
Fuck you, Cam.
from the area and
This is all you're doing.
blasts Orion, and
Oh.
he becomes poisoned.
Oh,
A bright light illuminate, like it's a huge like shockwave that runs through and kind of creates a wide echo. Seraph looks around and says, "Damn it, these phase rays that we keep coming across seem to be corrupt. They're supposed to protect us from this kind of magic.
What happened?
Basically, I think, sir, that when you cast your spell, the Ferris area that we're in right now, I think it caused some sort of wild magic surge when you cast your spell.
Right on. So if we just like continually cast cantrips, I mean, there's going to be some shitty wild surges, but there's some really good ones too.
Mm-hmm.
all right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and cast Lesser Restoration on Orion so that he's not poisoned anymore.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then we're going to camp down for the night, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so we camp.
However, before you start camping, you still did succeed on your Detect Magic spell,
Yep.
and you detect. You don't necessarily detect magic, but something similar, and you can't quite put your finger on it, but it feels wrong. Not
You know,
like
it
any
kinda
magic that
feels
you've
like-
ever sensed before.
Gonna find my baby, gonna hold her tight.
Gonna grab some afternoon daylight.
I don't know where I thought I was supposed to go on that.
You were supposed to add that part right there.
Yeah. We all kind of missed the cue.
What does love feel like?
But you do detect something off. It's not necessarily magic, it's a specific magic that you detect, but you feel something.
Is it like a rapey vibe, like when you? hang
Yeah,
out
it's
with a bunch
kinda
of
rapey.
dudes? Or is it like?
It's a little bit rapey.
Like when you're out at the bar with Jake or Corey?
It's worse. Like something in the background, and it just kind of pings at the back of your head. Nothing immediate that you can sense. Like you're not in any kind of immediate magical danger, but you just feel like something, like the air is wrong and foul.
Alright, well, I'll let everybody else know. I'm going to tell them I think that there's a big critter coming up, and we're on his doorstep, and this radiating effect is about to fuck us up. So Cam was probably right with the cracking comment.
All right, so you guys are setting up camp for the night.
So do you guys think move camp a little bit, or
Let's keep it away from the water.
At least.
So I'll draw it real quick just to give you an idea of the local area.
all right?
So as you kind of emerge from the caverns,
Lay low for a little while.
Yeah, I'm just gonna talk to you about that.
So you guys kind of came out from a tunnel in this general area. There's a cavern wall here, and there's sort of a beach line to the north here that kind of stretches on and on. And I'll just draw a little line for now.
Sweet.
And you kind of set up camp, around, away from the shore.
Yeah, that looks good.
In this area, so you've got a good a ways from the shore.
Cool.
So you guys set up camp for the night.
Yeah, we set a reasonable watch.
So during the watch throughout the night, we'll go ahead and roll to see who is on watch at the moment. Some time passes, everybody's sleeping, and Darendel is on guard.
Sweet.
So he's keeping watch at the moment.
The crazy monster thing that's forgotten what it's like to be an elf.
He's kind of calmed down as soon as anytime you guys have been in combat, it's taken a little bit longer every time for him to kind of regain his senses.
All right.
And get his composure back. He's kind of he's on guard right now. In the middle of the night, Topsy and Turvy wake up in a cold sweat.
Ah, crap.
And they kind of they look at each other and appear to be pretty distraught.
And they're eating dirt.
They both get up and they walk over to Darendel. And they say, "We're going for a walk. We can't sleep. It's too humid here." Darendel kind of shrugs and is just like, "What?"
Whatever.
And they kind of go off into the night. Some time passes.
They wake the Kraken.
And Arlie wakes in the middle of the night to some weird shrieking sounds.
Got a big bird around here.
It sounds like it's echoing from further downshore.
I can tell what direction it's coming from.
Yeah, it's coming from roughly, this direction, this way.
Cool. So I kind of nudge everybody awake, and I'm like, guys, there's some noises over that way.
Sounds good. And immediately,
yeah.
Eldith kind of mentions that there's something familiar about that screech. I think I heard it as well.
Yeah, what was it?
I think it may be. Nah, it's too crazy to mention.
All right, well, you stay up and watch for it.
Oh, man. That's funny. I kind of lean over and holler at Drendel. Ask him what it is. He's got 120 feet dark vision.
I don't see much down that way. It looks like more rocks.
Alright.
Would you like me to go check it out?
Fuck no, dude. You're a fucking hard hero. You're staying here forever.
Somebody send Topsy and Turvy out. They'll check it out.
My lord,
I see what you did there.
Topsy and Turvy, they went for a walk earlier in the direction of the screeching.
What?
They might be in trouble, sir.
All right, so
Whose responsibility is Topsy and Turvy?
that's me.
I think that is Arlie. Yeah.
Have fun.
All right, so
Hey,
Eldith and one other person need to come with me, and we'll go check it out.
Balls.
yes.
Yes.
Whatever. I've already lost both of mine, so I'll come with.
All right. So Arlie and Eldith and Aryan, we're heading that way to check it out. And I'm kind of just like grumbling the whole time. Like,
Aryan,
out here dicking
Arlie,
around.
and who else?
Eldith.
Eldith. Just you three?
Yep.
Okay, so you guys head down. It's pretty dark. All you hear is, it's kind of hard to hear anything if you're listening. All you can hear is the lapping waves on the shore from the dark lake, which is strange because it's not an ocean, but something is obviously making waves out in the water. Other than that, all you can see is kind of darkness in front of you. Eldith is leading the way, and she can kind of see ahead of her. So as you're walking along, the screeching starts getting a little bit louder. You're obviously getting closer to something.
All right.
Go ahead and make a perception check.
Word.
Oh, excuse me, 13. But my passive perception is 14, so...
So as you travel down, out of a little clove that's kind of in the side of the caverns, off to the side here, some sort of rat-looking beast, 2 of them, jump out from the side, drop down to the side when they have these long claws that kind of emit from their fingertips, and they let out a loud screech sound.
So, did you eat my twins?
And they're right here.
You, rat people, did you eat my twins?
Go ahead and make another perception check.
17.
Good grief.
Arlie, you kind of notice that their clothing seems somewhat familiar.
Looks like they are my twins.
Eldith looks over and glances over her shoulder as she pulls out her what weapon does she have?
She has a war pick
She pulls out her war pick.
and a javelin.
She pulls out her war pick and says, "Where rats, my lord?"
Where rats, my lord?
They're rats.
Do you guys see what I'm doing up there?
The were rats are kind of eyeing you eerily. They haven't really made any approach or immediate attack for you on you yet, but go ahead and roll initiative.
Dude.
Oh, now I want to roll a 20.
Nice. I've got 13 and... Oh, shit. She got 1.
Wow.
Yeah.
That was an Arlie roll.
Yeah, but mine was right here on the screen.
What did you get, Arlie?
13.
Okay. What did Eldith get? A 1?
Yep.
Eldith got a 1. Wow. What did you get, Orion?
22.
22. Where are the ones? There we go.
Does anybody else see the piece of art I'm working on?
What?
Does anybody else see the piece of art I'm working on?
No.
When you get a moment.
Oh, I can see it.
They let
It's
out
like
a loud
it's
screech,
like
and Orion,
bumble.
it's your turn.
What?
It's Orion's turn.
Alright. To the group, I'm just kind of like, hey, just these guys have been kind of useful, so let's just incapacitate them.
Yes, but now we know that they turn into were-rats.
Well, that doesn't mean they're bad people.
Great.
Yeah, it's a penis.
Okay. Well, shit. Now I have to not...
That really escalated quickly.
I'm gonna move up out of the sperm.
This has really gotten out of hand.
Really shooting out. Kind of wild there.
It's really
You It's already had sex today.
There.
It crusted in the tent.
Action
It's
shots.
all over the place.
Yeah.
All right, so they let out a loud shriek. What do you do, Orion?
I'm gonna move up to like right here.
Good spot.
Yeah, right where the veins are.
Okay, right. And I'm going to cast
So veiny.
Underway.
You're casting
That's
what?
exactly what it was.
What are you,
Underweight's loud as shit.
what are you
Yes, I
casting?
know.
What are you casting?
Underweight.
Can't you see the thundercloud to the side?
Thundercloud.
They have to make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, the first one is a 3. Second one is a 4.
Oh. All right.
That's a lot of damage. Shoot us 2d8.
Yep. Fine. So
That's not bad.
they each take 11 damage apiece, and they get knocked back 10 feet.
So, this enormous cloud. What was the spell called?
Thunderwave.
So, as these
Automatic
two
surge.
were-rats jump out, Orion waves his hand across, and this huge wave, shockwave of thunder, just erupts from the ground across the area that he waved his hand across, and just blows the two were-rats against the wall, and lightning and like a little bit of static electricity kind of shock the area, and they get blasted against the wall outside of the balls.
They get blasted out of the balls.
Yeah, one of them blasted in half apparently.
Wow, yeah. It's intense.
It is
All right.
now Arlie's turn if Orion is done.
Alright, cool. I am...
Oh yeah, and it makes a loud, thunderous boom.
Yeah,
The boom kind of echoes down more so than normal. It just echoes throughout the entire chamber, and you hear ethereal screams from across in the distance of the dark lake.
Great. Good one, Orion. Says Arlie as he strolls past. So I'm going to... I am going to hit to incapacitate with my mace.
Okay, which one are you hitting? The one on the left or the right?
The one that split in half. That one.
All right.
22 hit.
22 definitely hits.
Do they still have the same stats? Or do they have were-rat stats now?
These appear to be were-rats.
Okay. Well, I only did 5 damage.
Okay. Oops. And it is now
And then-
were-rat's turn, unless you have
Wait.
something else.
Hold on.
Okay.
Because I'm a war priest, part of my war domain features is I can make an additional attack as a bonus action. So I'm going to smack him again.
Smack him again.
16?
That's a hit.
Ah, well, wait, that was a 1, which, since I'm lucky, I get to re-roll that.
Sure.
It's a 6 now.
All right, Dan. So
All right, Dan.
6 damage.
Yep.
All right. The were-rat on the left lets out a loud shriek. Kind of lunges around to the other side of Arlie.
and slightly swings with what appears to be, or actually lunges forward and tries to take a bite out of your shoulder.
Hey, I'm trying to be on your side here, you son of a bitch.
18.
My AC is 18, so I don't know.
So you'll take 4 damage.
All right.
So he'll chomp into your shoulder. Go ahead and make a Constitution saving throw.
I was moving up this whole time.
8.
I heard the thunder wave.
I think everybody heard the thunder wave.
An 8. Did you say an 8?
I said an 8.
So you failed your Constitution saving throw, and you are cursed with were-rat lycanthropy.
Nice.
Son of a bitch.
From here,
Legit, though.
he also, in his hand, holds what appears to be a very similar short sword to Topsy's, and takes a swing across, and but he misses. The other were-rat lunges forward and tries to take a bite. 12.
Nope.
He just snaps into the air, and that's the end of his turn.
How can I cure were-ratness?
I'm
Like it is.
yeah. I'll look that up here in a second. Right now it's Elvis' turn.
Yeah, I don't know if it's like vampirism or something because.
We'll deal with that post combat.
Let's see.
I'll negate any of the effects in the meantime, since I am not sure.
Oh, she crits. So she moves up to attack the one that bit me.
That's a knockout.
And she got a crit. So she does. Eight plus 2, 14 damage.
She just bludgeons the thing. She flips her pickaxe around and just cracks it across the back of this were-rat's head, and it drops
Nice.
down to the ground. As it drops down to the ground, it kind of twitches for a second and slowly starts shifting form. You hear a bunch of cracking and grinding, and all the hair starts to kind of fall out of the were-rat, and the skin starts to gray over, and it appears to be Topsy.
Son of a bitch. That's her whole turn. So it's Arian's turn.
Yes.
Okay, so are either of them unconscious?
Yeah, Topsy's unconscious and turned back into a deep gnome.
What the fuck is going on?
Is that the one that's in front of you or in front of me?
The one that's between you and me
Is unconscious.
is unconscious.
Okay, so I'm gonna move.
I'll just delete for now.
I'll move over to this one then.
Right into the old sack.
Yeah, right in the middle of this scrote.
Right in the old scrotes.
What kind of? They're wearing cloth armor or leather armor?
From what it appears, they appear to be wearing the same tattered clothing and armor that you recognize Topsy and Turdy were wearing.
Okay.
The armor kind of looks like this.
Alright. Okay. I'm going to try to grab hold of this rat.
Okay, go ahead and make a strength check. Oh wait, hold on. Wait.
No, so I'm doing shocking grasp.
Oh, okay. Do you have to? Does that require you to like grapple them first?
Yeah, well, it's a melee magic attack, basically.
Okay, so you use an attack action.
Yeah. I got 18.
So while you're doing it, make a strength check first. Athletics.
Okay.
I don't think it works like that, Bo. Like it's just like it's a roll to hit. He just uses, like his strength to do it. It's like he's grappling them. They're not resisting
So you're not
it.
actually like trying to like grab a hold of them. You're just trying to like
it's
touch
just
them.
like touch. Like,
Contact.
Okay, gotcha. Okay. What did you have?
Okay. Huh?
18?
Yeah, I rolled an 18.
Okay.
Alright.
You place your hand on the were-rat.
What was it, a D8?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought you were like actually like trying to grapple him earlier.
Oh no. It feels like one of those gimmicky, like, shake my hand voice.
Alright, Dan. So the were-rat kind of feels something like a tingling.
But he can't make a reaction, so at least I'm good there.
The were-rat kind of like looks down at your arm and kind of shrugs a little bit. And it's Arlie's turn.
Alright.
I try.
Yeah.
All of the were-rat's fur seems to be standing on end. Like you just basically gave it a bunch of static.
Yeah. Go ahead and hit it with
I'll let
my
it touch you.
mace. It does a 17 hit.
Yes, it does.
And 4 damage.
Jeez.
So you smack this were-rat, and it kind of stumbles off to the side, and it shrieks at you. It kind of looks around. It sees Topsy laying on the ground, and it kind of hisses, and it starts to run off to the left, and it starts to try and run off into the darkness. It runs about 60 feet.
Huh.
So it's 60 feet down here. So I'll just move you back.
Feet, huh?
Yeah, it dashed. It used its whole action to basically run. The balls won't go away. Oops.
Uh-oh.
Oops.
Well, what happened to E?
That's a good question. Where did he go?
I think you deleted her with the dick.
I must have deleted it.
She followed the D.
She followed the E followed the D? There.
Yeah. It's funny because it's a joke about women and the alphabet.
Right? Alright. So the were-rat's making a run for it.
Huh.
Is it my turn?
It is now Eldith's turn.
Oh.
And she has a javelin she could throw. I'm not sure she could throw that to incapacitate. So... she just does nothing.
My lord, she looks over at you and says, "My lord, the were-rat's getting away."
Yeah, she just.
Wait, that's not the right accent. My lord, I think that were-rat is getting away.
So I'm like, Orion, stop him!
Alright.
It is Ariel's turn if Eldith did nothing. Eldith could just like try to run forward and chase after.
Yeah, but her speed is only 25.
If she dashes, though, you can multiply that by 2 if she doesn't take any other action.
Yeah, but she would still be behind him, so...
Yeah.
How far away?
60?
Alright, I'm gonna move closer, and then I'm gonna cast Ray of Frost.
So you're gonna try and move as close as you can.
Oh, man.
Anyway,
You can get to about right here.
Oh, boy.
yeah, that thanks case.
What's that?
Hey, you can only blame him on me for so long.
No, I can't. It's like Bush. It's the gift that keeps on giving.
All right. So what does Ray of Frost do?
Well, it missed.
Well, if it were to hit, it
Oh.
would have done something, but it does nothing in this
Yeah.
instance.
Yeah, that missed.
Yeah.
So a bunch of icy blasts just kind of hit the side of the cavern wall. It is Arlie's turn.
Alright, I'm going to shoot at him with my crossbow in order to...
Wait, Braxton,
incapacitate-
did you say you ran up earlier because you heard the thunder wave?
Braxton.
You said you heard the thunder wave earlier and you were running up?
Yep.
Okay, you've made it there by now, at this point.
Oh, I was like, cool, I made it fucking 5 feet. Alright, what's up? So who's the closest critter to me right now?
The only one left is a were-rat that's making a run for it.
Where's it at?
Right here.
Oh, so he just comes in and gets turned.
Yeah, bro.
Yes.
I will cast, Magic Missile.
What's the range on it?
120.
Okay.
Then... How much damage does it? I think it does 3d4 plus 3. One second. Yeah. So, 4. 6. 9. 12 damage.
All right. So these Braxton kind of shows up, sees that the were-rat is running off into the darkness, and fires 3 magic missiles out from the end of his staff. They blast out and kind of light up the side of the cavern as it races down, and it just blasts the back of this were-rat, and it kind of stumbles down and tumbles to the ground. But he still kind of stumbles down and gets up and tries to keep going. But he's in real bad shape. He's bloody all over. Clothes are
Wait,
kind
he's
of
still up?
yeah.
I know.
He's jacked up.
Crazy.
We knocked over the other one in like 10 HP.
This one's still going.
This is how I want you to. This is how Dennison does his DMing. Go on the side of your screen and click the thing below the spyglass. That's a ruler. Now tell me how much one of those squares are. I'm just saying. If we're just making shit up. See what I mean?
The DM chooses the rules.
No, I didn't know that thing did that.
Yeah. That's why I was measuring stuff. You're like, it's 60 feet. I'm like,
Well, I wasn't using like the squares as like a template.
I wrote in there, Tom, not to scale.
it doesn't matter. That's what I tell myself every day when I look at my dick, but it doesn't make it so.
Well,
It's
All
not
right,
to scale.
so
This is
he's
just
still-
a little bit of visual for you.
he's still like 60 feet away, right? Because I didn't get to take my turn.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Yeah, he's about 60 feet away.
Okay, so I'm going to shoot my crossbow at him to incapacitate him.
Okay.
Does a 12 hit him?
It does. Barely.
Well, I do
Just
6 damage.
So you kind of clip the side of the were-rat as he's running across. It kind of stumbles up from that magic missile it just took from the bat, and it kind of scrambles along the sand, and a crossbow bolt pierces the back of its thigh, and it lets out a screech and drops down to the ground, and kind of curls up into the fetal position, and all of the hair starts to shiver and start to fall out of the were-rat, and the skin starts to gray beneath, and it turns into Turvy.
Alright. So I'm like, thanks guys for helping me chase him down. Like, I walk over to where Turvy is, and I take my bolt back out of his leg, and kind of tie a little cloth or something around it, and then I pick him up to carry him back to the camp.
Like that. I wouldn't want to have him. I could have stayed at camp.
Well, but you can, except that you wouldn't be able to see anything.
So you guys carry him back over to camp?
Yeah.
Okay. What's going on here?
Check this out. Yeah, there we go. What's that look like, Jason? Huh?
I don't know what you're doing.
That's a dick and a vagina.
Dick in a box?
Ah, I see what you're doing there. I see it.
Ah.
It's like it's real tiny though.
Yeah, I mean, it's been banged out a little bit, you know.
It's real life to scale.
Alright, so I've got Topsy and Turvy back at the
Too far?
back at the old homestead. And okay, so wait, now that we're done with the thing, how can I cure ratism?
Let me look that up real quick, because I actually have no idea.
Yeah, aren't you about to turn into a rat pretty soon?
Probably not till next month.
Oh, great! So now we have someone that's on the side.
So while you guys are, you guys successfully drag Topsy and Turvy back over. Their robes are tattered. They start to regain consciousness.
Right on. Do they know what happened?
Topsy and Turvy kind of look at each other, and they have kind of a sullen look, and they look up at you and kind of hang their heads down.
And I spend a good amount of time telling them how big of an asshole I think each one of them is.
I spent a lot of time doing that shit.
Yeah.
It's alright. I'm gonna come head back inside.
Turvy doesn't say anything. He just kind of grunts, going, "Ugh." Topsy says,
We're sorry. We don't know how to control it quite yet. We left our town and tried to stay out on the outskirts, but that's when the drow grabbed us. We left our town because we didn't want to hurt anybody, but we knew the full moon was approaching eventually. We didn't realize it would be tonight. Once we started sweating and we woke up in the middle of the night, we kind of realized what was happening, and we tried to go off and kind of separate from you guys, but you happened to find us, as it appears.
Why do all these dick fours have secrets? That's what we should sit. We should sit down and have a powwow.
Yeah.
Like,
Who's got fucking secrets? We know the drow asshole has secrets, but he's not going to tell us. It's okay, because we're eventually going to kill him anyway.
the drow kind of looks over at you guys. He's looking
I just
over at
did a
everybody,
great invitation.
and he says, I don't hold any secrets. I live out in the open. However, I will tell you one thing. The reason that Stool fears me over there is because I'm the one who brought him into Velkenveld to begin with. I'm the one who put him in that slave pen. We've been pilfering his village for quite some time now in Neverlight Grove. Although they do appear to be more peaceful, perhaps we should be pursuing that village.
Why were you in the cage?
They say that, I don't recall this event, but they say that I blacked out and I killed my entire squad. They say that I slaughtered all of my men. The only thing that I remember is that I woke up and they lay dead around me, and that I was the only survivor.
They threw me in that slave pen and accused me of killing them.
Oh, fair enough. Well, I'm going to take the long person.
As an act of intimidation, I slam my taloned foot on the ground, and I say, "Anybody else got anything else they need to say?"
Go ahead and make a intimidation check.
I did. I rolled 18.
18.
Yeah.
Jim Jar kind of tosses a bunch of coins in the air and says, "I have a gambling problem."
Yeah, we found that out already. I like that though.
Stool holds up his bucket and says, "This bucket has been talking to me."
You should probably get that checked.
Eldon is the only one that hasn't said anything.
Which one?
Eldon.
Elvis says, "I'm not trying to hide anything. I'm just trying to get back to Gauntburn, back to my family, and back to King Brunor."
What about Drindle?
Drindle looks up at you and says, "The sooner we find the surface, the sooner that I can get back to my natural form. If we can find a cure for this wretched curse."
I think that's everybody.
Sarah kind of walks over and mentions and whispers off to the side, "If we're being totally honest." He says this in Braxton's ear. "If we're being totally honest." Wait, who made the intimidation check? Orion?
I did.
Sorry, he says it into Orion's ear. He says, "If we're being totally honest, I think that Quaggoth is utterly insane. There's no way in hell he's an elf. It seems that this whole place has been befallen with some sort of madness."
Alright, boys, come on a bit.
So you guys are going to camp for the night and call it?
Yeah, probably so.
Like in real life.
Yeah.
That's a good place to stop since we don't have Brandon. The next adventure, some big things should be happening pretty soon. Probably in the next session. But you guys have eluded the drow so far. And you guys have found the Dark Lake after traversing the Underdark for about 8 days.
Sweet.
So before we call it, you guys, what do you guys think of this campaign so far? Is there anything you guys would want to see more of, or want to do more of, or any direction you would want to take your characters or anything?
Not particularly.
I'm getting a good amount of killing things.
Yeah.
So, yeah, doing alright.
Alrighty. We'll go ahead and say you guys killed 11 skeletons, a carrion crawler, you killed 4 drow, a darrow, and then took down 2 were-rats. So we'll go ahead and say you guys have leveled up to level 4.
Sweet.
So just go ahead and start there. I'll start tracking experience after that. And just kind of notionally upgrade you from there. Or up to this point, as it is. But is there anything else that you guys would like to see more of, or?
Nah.
How are you guys liking this published campaign so far?
I'm liking it.
Just gotta figure out where we're going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're still getting started. We haven't really gotten to a full location. We probably could have went further and got more into the main story today, but since Brandon wasn't here, I kind of just made a little more of the journey to get to the point of the Dark Lake. I kind of moved that out a little bit.
Right.
I was going to do more with that, like you guys actually arriving in the town and everything else, or maybe actually traversing the Dark Lake, but I figured I'd hold off on that until we actually had Brandon back.
Another thing for ability score improvement stuff. Are we doing feat, the optional feat thing?
That's up to you. I'll leave that up to you.
So we can do either the feat or the ability point.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Should be good. Kaysen, you can't. You won't be able to play tomorrow.
No, actually, I could play tomorrow. The barbecue I was going to go to got canceled, so I'm actually going to be in town.
Okay. Might be good then. I'll check with Brandon. Is anybody else good to maybe play tomorrow?
Yeah, I can.
I can't have nothing else to do.
All right. I'll talk to Brandon and see what he's got. Yeah, obviously, he's gonna have some family stuff going on. If Brandon's good, we'll play tomorrow. If not, we'll just hold off till next week.
Okay.
All right, just everybody pay attention to the text line, I guess.
Yep.
Yep.
Probably the same time tomorrow then.
Yeah, like 9.
All right. I did make so this session is these sessions are being I've been recording the screen. So if you guys want to like watch a replay or whatever, I am gonna put these on YouTube. And then on top of that, I actually made a wiki page that basically breaks down a synopsis of what happens every. I kind of broke this down into like seasons. So Brandon's story or campaign was the first season. This Out of the Abyss is like the second season, and each session is like an episode. And so I've been posting episode summaries or whatever. I'll send you guys the link.
Yeah.
All right.
Just so
Like,
if you forget
we're
what
the
happened.
only ones that can see that, right?
What's that?
No, that's in real life.
What'd you say?
Like the YouTube stuff, like people can't Google me and find these things, right?
They won't be able to know it's you because there's nothing to link it to you, but I can make it so that it's private if you want.
I mean, it's our faces, like people know it's us.
If you prefer, I can make it private. I haven't posted any yet, so. But they're prepped and ready to upload.
Sweet.
As long as you guys are good with that, then I'll upload them.
Yeah, it's whatever.
It's like a let's play kind of thing.
Well, fiddlesticks.
All right, Tim.
All right, well.
Potentially tomorrow then.
All right.
All right.
See ya.